The uncomfortable atmosphere continued even after those two left. So we left the last episode with Eva and Hideyoshi going to their own room, locking themselves up there. They have pretty big death flags, so I think those two are going to be next. We'll stick with the idea that thinking about who the killer was would be the same as deciding who to doubt. So Eva cast her suspicions onto Natsuhi because of the receipt that she put. Either Natsuhi didn't meet with Kinzo, or Natsuhi killed Kinzo. However, Battler interjected with a truth that Kinzo might have been on the room the second time they visited and then left afterwards. Or Eva might be in cahoots with the fake Kinzo and was lying about the receipt. It had begun to feel like discussion of the incident was itself taboo. Also, Eva is quite suspicious. So basically, right now the main suspects are Natsuhi and Eva. So no one was mentioning it, at least out loud. However, those thoughts were what filled our minds. All that we couldn't say out loud made our hearts feel like they were going to explode. So at least on the outside, the parlor had once again regained its calm mood, though everything was left unsettled.
少しだけ雨足が弱まった気がするね。
Don't worry, it's going to rain more. Don't think you guys are going to be leaving anytime soon.
まだいっぱい降ってるよ。おお。
仮にやんだって、この島には船がねえんだしな。船が明日すぐに来てくれりゃいいんだがよ。洋館バカンさんもうお腹いっぱいだぜ。
We're much left to go, Battler.
母さん、明日船はいつ来るのかな。
本来なら帰りの船は今日の3時に来てくれることになっていました。先方も台風が過ぎてから出直すと電話をしてくれたでしょうが、あいにく電話は普通ですから。
Can I say that I love Natsuhi's this singular sprite of hers?
でも向こうも子供の使いではありません。客人の方々の送迎目的だと教えてありますから、おそらく明日の朝一番で、多分9時頃に来てくれるでしょう。
9 o'clock tomorrow. It was completely blacked outside. When I looked at the clock, I realized that it was just past 7. I was starting to get hungry. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was cooking enthusiastically. She had laid out a variety of dishes, and while they didn't match the level of Goda's artful cooking, they were still quite gorgeous. It was an act of kindness from Kumasawa, trying to use food to enliven everyone's low spirits. Kumasawa wasn't nearly as talented as a professional cook like Goda, but she was far from unskilled. On the contrary, since she had been brought up in a fishing village, the simple food she created was sometimes very highly valued. Kanon arranged the food Kumasawa had finished creating on the plates under her direction. Kanon also helped with the kitchen sometimes, but since he was rarely placed in that role, he was slightly awkward, even though he tried his best. Self-conscious about the fact that he couldn't skillfully arrange the food, Kanon's expression darkened slightly. But Kumasawa smiled to say everything was fine.
きれいに盛り付けられてますよ。カノン君もお上手ですよ。
シャノン姉さんだったらもっときれいに。
He's feeling the loss of. As I said before, I think Kanon might be involved and might be regretting. Kanon stopped arranging the food for a bit and hung his head. Shannon was the one who always assisted Kumasawa in her cooking. Tonight, Kanon was doing it instead. And as he remembered Shannon's face and her brutal end, he grimaced.
今は忘れなさい。
Minute Darkness really loved this track as well. Genji spoke kindly to Kanon as he advanced the pawn. Nanjo had escaped from the parlor once the mood had become sour, and Genji had become his opponent in a game of chess upon Nanjo's request.
はい、今は忘れます。
それがいいだろう。
Genji purposefully faced away from Kanon as he spoke. He did so because he understood that it might make things tougher on Kanon if he noticed that someone was looking at his eyes. Nanjo also understood that and held back any thoughtless words.
金蔵さんもどこへ行かれたんでしょうな。
He's dead.
ご無事だといいのですが。
わかりません。ただ、すべては親方様が望まれ、仕組まれたことのように思っています。それを邪推することは、親方様にお仕えする家具には過ぎたことです。
They're saying this again, furniture, almost like they are slaves instead of being just contracted, and people who receive salaries instead, almost like they are slaves.
源氏さんは怖くないのですか。私には今夜まだ何か良くないことが起こるような気がして怖いのです。
Me too, Nanjo.
怖いことなど何も。私はただ後宮家にお仕えするだけですので。
Nanjo sighed, noticed his nose, and made a carefully considered move. Nanjo was very slightly dubious. Could Genji possibly think that he would be left out of this? He couldn't begin to imagine what was happening inside this mansion, but he definitely couldn't deny the possibility that it was something of Kinzo's design. If you liken this island to chess, Kinzo had opened the game, and as a result, 6 pieces had fallen. Could it be that Genji was calm because he believed that he alone was outside the chessboard and safe? Nanjo thought about it. Wasn't everyone just a piece on this chessboard, lined up equally, without any exceptions? Wasn't even Genji who had gained more of Kinzo's trust than anyone? No, wasn't Nanjo himself, although proud of his position as Kinzo's only close friend. Just another one of the pieces laid out on the chessboard? Yeah, it's hard to say. Kinzo really didn't care.
源氏さん、私は今夜が本当に怖いのです。
And I think that if you say that it's a chessboard as the narration is telling, and there are 2 sides. There are pieces on 2 sides. And I think the chess masters are Kinzo and the culprit. However, Kinzo overestimated himself and died along with the first 6 pieces. Therefore, basically, the chessboard has only one person playing, and a lot of pieces to play with, and that's very, very scary.
無事に明日の朝を迎えられることを心より願っています。
I'm sorry, you're not going to. Nanjo, you're too inconsequential of a character to live past. Thunder again. I'm right. The guest room that Eva and Hideyoshi had moved into was used to house guests before the guest house had been constructed. So until a few years ago, they had stayed in this room every family conference and were very familiar with it. This room just like a room at a hotel. Had a bedroom and a bathroom. So even though they were still shut in, it was far more comfortable than the parlor.
やっぱり家族だけだとリラックスできるな。他のみんなも客室にこもって鍵をかけてりゃええんや。
夏日姉さんが客間を出るなって威張り散らしてるんだもん。誰も口答えなんてできないでしょ。
Holy shit.
あの人ずーっと冷や飯を食ってきたから兄さんが死んでやっと天下が来たって張り切ってんのよ。まったくずうずうしいったら嵐の。
Okay, Eva is quite different. Eva is being cute. What the hell?
まあそう言うな。夏日さんもあれで結構頑張っとるんやで。お前もそう突っかからんでもええやないか。さっきのレシートの件もあそこまでは言い過ぎやで。
だってあそこで言わなかったらもう言うタイミングがないんだもん。
Eva is being uncharacteristically cute for some reason. Eva, sulking cutely, sat down beside Hideyoshi, who was lying on the bed watching TV.
でも、こうして二人きりになるのはずいぶん久しぶりよね。
そうやな。思えばわしもお前も老けたもんや。ジョージが生まれてから何もかもがあっという間や。
本当にあっという間よ。子供を作るの焦りすぎたかしら。
Eva's eyes looked like they were staring off into the distance. Yes, she had thought that it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Well, because George was born earlier than Jessica. Her older brother Cross had been unable to have a child for quite some time. 6 years passed after his marriage to Natsuhi without any signs of pregnancy, but she didn't please Kinzo at all. As for Eva herself, she would be removed from the Ushiromiya register anyway, once she got married, so whether a successor to the head was born or not, it was all the same to her. So she had a thought. But then one day, she had a heavenly revelation. Or maybe it was the whisperings of the devil that she had heard in her greed. Perhaps she could remain in the Ushiromiya register if she gave birth to a successor first. If things went well, perhaps she could even inherit the Ushiromiya family herself. When she proposed this to Hideyoshi, he approved of it instantly. This had not been because Hideyoshi also had greedy thoughts. For Hideyoshi, who had no close relatives, it was a chance for him to feel once more that long-forgotten thing called family. So he agreed, without hesitation, not to fuss over which family name they were to keep upon getting married, and assented to having his name entered into the Ushiromiya family register. It wasn't easy to persuade Kinzo, but as his daughter Eva knew Kinzo's personality well, so she chose the time when Kinzo was most dissatisfied with Natsuhi, and expertly managed to make him accept Hideyoshi as a son-in-law. Looking at Hideyoshi, who had achieved success after studying for nothing, Kinzo might have seen a little bit of himself. He quickly grew to like Hideyoshi, and permitted him to transfer into the Ushiromiya register. George would eventually become the successor of the Ushiromiya family. They had raised him strictly with that purpose in mind. George had been worth their while, and had grown into a fabulous young man who wouldn't disappoint no matter where he went. That was why she couldn't stand that he was in love with a servant like Shannon. So when she had learned that Shannon had died, and the engagement had been invalidated, a part of her had been shocked at the gruesome crime. Another part of her was relieved that her precious George wouldn't be stolen by some servant girl. So, I really thought that Eva would be the culprit, actually. This is all building up to not being her. So it must be one of the siblings who faked their death, because I don't think it's Natsuhi either.
私クラウス兄さんのことが昔から嫌いだったわ。偉そうで威張ってて、自分がやがては当主になるのだと自慢してて、だからそれに一矢報いてやりたかった。でもそれは子供の頃の感情なのよ。でもその感情は結局自分の人生のほとんどを支配した。それだけならまだいい。その感情はあなたやジョージまで巻き込んで振り回してしまった。
エヴァ、備え自分を責めるな。
Hideyoshi sat up and put his arm around Eva. She could feel warm understanding from him.
わしはな、自分の人生はもうとっくに折り返しに入っとる。でもな、今日までの生活を後悔したことは一度もないで。
They're setting so many death flags right now.
一度もや。エヴァと一緒で他の男どもじゃ味わえん楽しい人生になったと思っとる。戦争で身寄りを失ったわしにもう一度家族のぬくもりを教えてくれた。だから後ろ宮の家には感謝しとるし、わしの唯一の家だと思っとる。わしとお前が歩んできた人生にな、無駄なことなんかなんもなかった。今日までほんまに楽しい人生やったで。
It's just so weird. There's so many death flags.
ありがとう、あなた。
Eva hung her head, burying her face in Hideyoshi's chest. Probably no one in the parlor could imagine that this side of Eva existed.
感謝するのはわしや。今日までお前と一緒にいて後悔した日なんてあらへん。
私もよ、あなたと一緒になれてよかった。
ジョージももう立派な大人や。わしが見張ってなくてもしっかり仕事ができる一人前や。で、正月あたりをのんびりモルジブあたりで過ごさんか。わしら二人水いらずや。
いやよ、毎年年賀状の返礼で寝る暇もないとか言ってるじゃない。
Shit, so many death flags.
次の正月だけはなしや。年賀状は黙って下のお年玉くじだけチェックするんや。今年はカラーテレビくらい当てたいで。
やだ、モルジブでお年玉くじのチェックなんてしたくない。
じゃあそいつもなしや。水いらずのんびりでジョージが生まれる直前の新婚時代の続きをちょいとしてみんか。
それならいいわね。
モルジブはええとこらしいで。なんもない島に美しいサンゴ礁と水上コテージが並んでてな。
新婚時代の続きっていつからなの？
仕事納めしたらすぐや。旅行店に聞いてみんとわからんが、多分大晦日前には。
いや、今すぐがいい。
Peevishly, or maybe I don't know how to pronounce that. Eva pled for his lips. Oh, please don't have a sex scene. I don't know how to edit and censor things, please. The only sounds that filled the room were the distant voices of the announcer and the news, which Hideyoshi had left on, and the obnoxious pounding of the rain against the window. Okay, Hideyoshi, a little bit higher. Eva, a little bit higher as well. There was a knock on the door, and Genji-san entered.
奥様。
But there had so many death flags there.
お夕食の準備が整いました。お食事はまたこちらでよろしいですか？
ええ、ここへ運ばせなさい。南條先生はまだ厨房にいるのですか？
はい。次の一手を熟考したいとおっしゃっております。ご安心を。他の使用人たちとご一緒です。
Or
源氏
duel.
さんはじい様の相手ができるくらいチェスが強いもんな。
Right now, three locations actually. So Hideyoshi and Eva's room, the servant's room, and then the parlor. The parlor is where the members of the Ushiromiya family are. The cousins and Natsuhi. Genji and the others are in the kitchen. Which means...
南條先生よりも強いらしいぜ。
そうなんだ。昔相手をしてもらったことがあるけど、あれは勝たせてくれたのかな。
マリア、もうすぐ飯だそうだぜ。しかし、よく一日中テレビを見ていて飽きねえな。
いつもテレビいっぱい見てるから平気。
Right now I'm thinking that Maria and Battler are going to stick together for the rest of the game, I guess.
マリアちゃんはテレビっ子なんだね。
食事だから机の上を片付けないとダメだぜ。
Was still cluttered with the aftermath of the drawing contest we've been having, using several pages torn out of Maria's notebook. Jessica began cleaning up that quickly. Still, everyone here sure can draw. Really shocking.
源氏、エヴァさんたちにもせめて食事くらい一緒にしないかとお声をかけなさい。どうせ断るでしょうが。
かしこまりました。
お父様の次はエヴァさんですか。つくづく後宮家の食卓には全員が揃いませんね。
We can't do that either because all the siblings are dead. As he felt her headache start throbbing again and slightly held her temple. The only siblings still alive are Natsuhi, Eva, and Hideyoshi. The others are all dead. Or playing dead. Distance from the kitchen to the parlor wasn't that large, so Genji had gone there and back by himself. But the guest room was a little farther away. Natsuhi had warned him about not be alone, without good reason. And just now, Nanjo also admonished him, saying that it would be better if he held a little more concern for his safety. Genji took Kanon with him, and the two of them went to visit Eva and Hideyoshi in the guest room. Genji knocked on the door.
エヴァ様、秀吉様、お夕食の準備が整いました。
He waited a short while for them to come out, but there was no response.
源氏様、これは。
Kanon pointed under the door. Shit. A Western-style envelope had been inserted under it. So that throws the my letter theory out of the window. Either Kinzo is still alive, or someone has the ring. Or someone had really great foresight. Normally, when something was inserted this way, it would be interpreted as a message from someone outside to someone in the room. So since this might have been a private note meant for Eva and Hideyoshi, it was not something that Kanon and Genji were supposed to take interest in. But this Western-style envelope was Kinzo's envelope. The same as the one Maria taken out last night and surprised everyone with. Shit. It's getting more and more confusing.
間違いない。親方様の封筒だ。
あるいは。
Although it had been Kinzo's envelope, the author of the letter Maria had read aloud last night had not been Kinzo. Genji continued knocking a little harder and called out in a loud voice.
エヴァ様、エヴァ様、源氏でございます。いらっしゃいますか。お返事をお願いいたします。エヴァ様。
But there was no response from inside. Yep. Sometimes when the servants went to call some guests for a meal, the guests would be sleeping so deeply they wouldn't wake up. In times like that, the servants would stick a letter on the door to show they had called by, and then leave the guest be. However, despite that, Genji beat even harder on the door and called out Eva's name. There was no answer. Ken stuck his ear up to the door and, holding his breath, listened for any sounds coming from inside.
テレビの音らしきものが。でも気配が感じられません。お部屋は空っぽかも。
Genji took out a handkerchief and, careful not to touch it with his bare hands, gently pulled the envelope which had been stuck under the door. It had been sealed with a deep red sealing wax. Without a doubt, the mark on that sealing wax had come from the Ushiromiya family head's ring.
エヴァ様、エヴァ様、どうかお返事を。もうお部屋にはいらっしゃいませんか。
Even so, there was still no answers. There was a chance that the two were aimlessly walking around the mansion. This was the home Eva had grown up in. There was plenty of reason to think that she had gone out on a casual stroll. Genji groped around in his pocket and pulled out a bundle of keys, including one that would open the guest room.
Genji-sama!
Kanon also understood what that meant. They would sometimes unlock a guest's door, so they could go in and do things like make bets, only after they had made sure the guest was out. To lock the door for a separate reason, and especially to do so when there was a chance the guests were still in there, and without their permission, was an action unbecoming of a servant. However, Genji had decided if the only problem had been that his knock hadn't received a reply, he wouldn't have gone this far. But the envelope under the room was doubtlessly Kinzo's, or rather, one of the Western-style envelopes of the Ushiromiya family had. And after last night, the sender of this envelope could have been someone other than Kinzo. If this letter had been sent by someone other than Kinzo...
エヴァ様、申し訳ございません。お部屋を失礼させていただきます。
After giving the final notice, Genji stuck one of the keys from the bundle into the keyhole. That was the sound of the door unlocking. And then he slowly turned the knob and slowly started opening the door. Light seeped through the crack of the door. Were they in the room, or had they forgotten to turn out the lights? Clank. It was the sound of the door chain being pulled tight. The chain had been secured. The chain couldn't be secured from the outside. Shit. The men they had were in the room now. Sounds of voices on the TV seeped out of the room. The lights, the chain, and the TV. All of these things made clear they were in the room, but there was no sign of them. Genji called to Eva once again through the crack of the door, but there was no answer.
Genji-sama, いかがしますか?
As part of their job, the servants were able to unlock almost any lock in the mansion. They have no way to open a door with a chain. The only way to get by the chain was to cut it. It was certainly not permitted as a part of a servant's usual work. A creepy chill was already rushing up their backs. Kanon held his breath again and tried to send someone through the door, but even so, he was not able to sense anyone.
私は奥様をお呼びしてくる。カノンのチェーンの切断を。
はい。
As Kanon rushed away hurriedly to get a cutting tool, he was called back by Genji.
待てカノン。厨房に戻り、熊沢と行動するように。断じて一人で行動してはならんぞ。
はい。かしこまりました。
It looked like Kanon was wondering why he had to do something so troublesome in the middle of this urgent situation. But Genji said it out of wariness. He didn't care what happened to himself. But in the worst case scenario, he didn't want anything to happen to Kanon. Okay, Genji, I see you. In the kitchen was Kumasawa, who was piling up food on the serving cart. Nanjo, who seemed to have thought of a move that would turn the tables on Genji, and had been awaiting his return, wanting to show him. But he immediately realized that something was wrong with Genji's demeanor.
おや、どうしましたか、源氏さん。
南條先生、申し訳ありませんが、この勝負は一度中断させてください。カノンはチェーンを頼む。熊沢、食事の配膳は一時中断し、カノンと同行するよう私は奥様のところへ行く。南條先生もご一緒に。
何かあったんですかな。
Genji took Nanjo, still didn't know what was going on, and quickly left the kitchen.
熊沢さん、申し訳ありませんが、僕と一緒に来てください。
何があったんですか、カノンさん。
Unable to take in this situation, Kumasawa said almost exactly the same thing as Nanjo and chased after Kanon, who had flown into the hallway. Accompanied by Kumasawa, Kanon went into the storehouse. From amongst the tools packed in the toolboxes and hanging on the walls, he looked for a tool that could be used to cut the chain.
何を探してるんですか。
Oh, right. Is this...
私も手伝いますよ。
ドアチェーンを切断するんです。大きめの番線カッターはどこだっけ。
ドアチェーンをどうしてそんなことをするんですか。
エヴァ様たちのお部屋にチェーンが。中にいらっしゃるはずなのに、お声をかけても返事がないんです。
It took Kumasawa some time to figure out how cutting the chain and Eva and Hideyoshi not answering were connected, but she did realize that this was an urgent situation.
これなら多分。
Kanon took down a very large bolt cutter that had been hanging on the wall. It was called a cutter, but maybe it would be easier to understand if described as having the shape of a large pair of pliers. He recalled being warned that it was a dangerous tool that could easily cut through one of your fingers. Kanon took that and rushed up the stairs. He knew it instinctively. He should have fight for every minute, every second to open it quickly. Or maybe already.
待ってください、カノンさん。
早く。
Kumasawa eventually caught up with him, gasping for breath, with both hands on her knees. When Kanon changed the grip on the bolt cutter and looked open the door, he let out an ah, struck speechless. What the fuck is that?
なんですかこれは。
Kumasawa screamed weakly, her face pallid. That was no surprise, because right there on the door, just like the magic circle had been drawn on the shutter on the Rose Garden storehouse, there was another eerie shape drawn with a paint that looked like blood. However, it was dubious whether one could call a magic circle, because unlike what most people would think as a magic circle, it wasn't a circle with shapes drawn inside it, but a slightly more geometrical shape. And this is getting so hard to figure out what's going on. I'm trying to guess at who could have done it, but I'm drawing blanks right now. However, the strange non-alphabetical characters written on the gaps in the figure were without a doubt the same at this magic circle on the shoulder. The thing that had Kanon struck speechless was not how eerie the magic circle was. Only moments ago, this hadn't been there. He had returned to the kitchen for a short while. He had then gone to the storehouse to grab a tool and headed right back. Put those together and it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. How could someone add something so this creepy during that period of time? And as though it has been just drawn, almost like the door itself was bleeding, several unsettling vertical lines slowly dripped down, getting longer and longer. Kumasawa's knees gave way as she sank down in the spot. If Kumasawa hadn't done this first, then Kanon surely would have wanted to.
Beatrice様。
ベアトリーチェ様の仕業ですよ。恐ろしや恐ろしや。
Shit. So is there really a supernatural element? Kanon gulped, then readied the bolt cutter and approached the door. No, this must have been some sort of trick. He didn't want to get close to this disturbing magic circle, and he didn't want to touch this steadily dripping substance that looked like blood. But if he didn't get close, he couldn't catch the chain. Fighting this cold feeling, he gulped again, and after gathering his courage, went even closer, putting the bolt cutter up against the chain. He then pressed with all his strength and cut through the chain far more easily than he had imagined. The cut chain fell into two separate parts, which continued to clang as they swang back and forth.
Kanon-san, 足元に封筒が。しかもこれは親方様のもの。
It looked like Kumasawa had also noticed the western tile envelope at the bottom of the door, and that sealing wax had been sealed with the red head's ring. Kanon was lost for a second over whether he should open the letter first or check inside the room, but he decided on prioritizing his original purpose. Kanon pulled the handkerchief out of his pocket. That was so he wouldn't leave fingerprints on the door. If his worst fear has been realized, the police will investigate his room as well. He slowly pushed the door open. He was able to hear the sound of the television that had been seeking out slightly more clearly now.
Eva-sama.
Eva was face up on the bed. On the bed with her shoes still on. Kumasawa only fearfully entered after Kanon who was hiding behind his back, screamed a short "Hee!" again as she saw Eva like that. Eva's shoes had been the first part of her that Kanon had seen, so the incongruity of wearing shoes in the bed was the first thing that entered his mind. After he shifted his line of sight towards Eva's head, Kanon couldn't help but let out a short scream like Kumasawa. Right in the middle of Eva's forehead, something was set there? Growing there? No. Right in the center of her forehead. An old-fashioned knife, or some weapon like that, was stuck right in. Shit, she got stabbed in the forehead. From the base where it was stuck in, blood dripped down, staining the sheets on the other side of bright red. Kumasawa's knees gave way once more, and she sank down on the floor. Her mouth kept flapping open and closed, but she couldn't even scream. Man. Eva, with some kind of weapon sticking out of her forehead, was dead. Shit, and I put so much stock in Eva being a murderer, but she still could be alive. She still could be faking her death. Both eyes were open wide, and the image of the person who killed her must have been burned into them. This could be Shannon's body. Could have gathered. Oh no, but then they would have their faces disfigured. It would make sense. No. But the mouth with which to speak the truth had already been eternally sealed. Even though their forehead was the last place they wanted to look, they couldn't tear their eyes from it. Right then, the weapon was stuck in Eva's forehead, standing almost perfectly upright. And on the handle was a design so complicated you could never expect to see it on an ordinary weapon. The thing couldn't be summed up with a word or cult. It was a vulgar object with a design that might have been of some demon.
Hideyoshi-sama wa... Hideyoshi-sama!
Eva was on top of her bed, but the other bed was empty. Where was Hideyoshi? After taking a backwards glance at Kumasawa, still on her knees and stupefied, he checked on the bathroom just in case. At the moment he opened the door, he was greeted by steam and the sounds of a shower. The bathroom was the same familiar style as most hotel bathrooms, containing both a bath and a toilet. Dun 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 dun. The music is so good. When taking a shower, a waterproof curtain was used to keep the water from flying out. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, look at that. That doesn't look like a knife, it looks more like a lance. At least a pointy, short lance. That waterproof curtain was half open. Lying tumbling down the bathtub was Hideyoshi, completely naked, both eyes still open. Those eyes were pointing right at Kanon. Just like Eva, a weapon of demonic design was stuck to his forehead. Since his head had been under the hot water of the shower the whole time, his face wasn't half covered and filthy with blood like Eva had been. The sight of him dead while still taking the shower was tragic enough. Wow. Just then, Natsuhi's voice rang out through the hall. She was probably coming with Genji.
またしてもこのような落書きが。この手紙は中には何と。
いえ、まだ読んでおりません。
うかつに触らん方がいいですな。犯人の指紋が残っとるかもしれん。警察に渡した方がいい。
わざわざ手紙を残すくらいです。どうせ指紋など残っていません。
Stating with this finality, Natsuhi picked up the envelope. And before checking its contents, she entered the room herself where she found Eva, dead. Wow.
エヴァさん、奥様、こちらには秀吉様も。
エヴァさん。
If Natsuhi is becoming a little bit suspicious because she can't be the murderer. She was with the cousins the whole time.
これはむごいですな。
カノン、シャワーを止めてあげなさい。
She wouldn't leave Jessica alone, right?
気の毒にも程があります。
はい。
Kanon gripped his handkerchief and twisted the valve, turning off the shower. In the bathtub, a small bottle of body soap had fallen with its cap off. It really looked like he had been attacked right in the middle of taking a shower. The spray of blood still clung slightly to the white bathtub. The combination of red and white had made a horrible contrast.
南條先生。
わかっとる。
I have a theory.
死犯は出とらんな。死後硬直も始まっとらん。おそらく殺されてから1時間経ったかどうかというところだろう。しかしこのような柄の短い凶器で頭蓋骨を考えられん。
Anja checked out the puss and their pupils, making certain of their deaths once more. The only physically strong people are Genji and Battler. As Kanon watched the business-like treatment, he thought, couldn't you tell at a glance they were dead without doing all that? I just thought about removing the weapon, but after deciding whether possible it was better, it would be better to hand the scene over to the police without disturbing it. He left it alone. However, a clumsy examination of the base revealed that it had no blade, or rather, it wasn't shaped like a flat blade, but it was conical. He noticed that rather than a knife, it was more like a short-handled spear, something like a shape better suited for thrusting rather than slicing. Rather than a short spear, some people might call it a thick icepick. I thought it was a lance. At any rate, the original hideous purpose for which this weapon with its unsettling design was made, and exactly how the purpose was carried out, are both displayed here with such a glaring fashion that there was absolutely no need to use further words to describe it. Natsuhi, hoping to escape that repulsive steam feeling in the bathroom as soon as she could, covered her mouth with a handkerchief and dashed from across the room. Just viewing their gruesome bodies for an instant had been enough to burn the image into her eyes. If she looked any longer, that image would surely remain in her vision for all eternity. That rising urge to vomit was exactly the same feeling she had all morning in the garden storehouse. For a while, Natsuhi couldn't help but stand with her back facing the guest room, fighting that sickness in her stomach.
とにかくこの部屋を子供たちにジョージ君に見せるわけにはいきません。至急この部屋を閉じなさい。
見せられませんとも。両親のこんなむごい姿をとてもジョージさんには。
Shit. But the recklessly approaching footsteps were obviously George, even before he came flying into the room. George and the other children had been waiting in the parlor. When they seen Genji call Natsuhi out and had noticed her turn pale and fly out of the room, they had felt that he might have been the bearer of bad news. When they saw a large group of people gathering around the guest room, they were sure of it. Shit.
なんだよこれ、また魔法陣かよ。
エヴァおばさんたちは無事なんだよな。おいカノン君、これは何の騒ぎなんだ。
バトラ様。
Kanon didn't have anything. Didn't have to say anything. George screamed after he ran into the room and told them everything they needed to know. And George lost everyone.
誰がこんなことを。殺してやる。殺してやる。
ジョージ君、しっかり。
Natsuhi touched George's shoulder with her hand, but he finally shook her off. George collapsed to the floor beside Eva and buried his face in the bed in front of her mother's face, wailing. I have a theory about this. Then he pounded on the bed with his fist over and over again.
ジョージ兄さん、しっかり。
He lost Shannon, he lost Eva, he lost Hideyoshi. He lost everyone in his life.
バトラ様。
Battler had his back against the wall of the hallway and was without restraint covering his eyes with his right hand and weeping.
ひでえぜ。心に決めた女を婚約した次の日に失った。同じ日に親父とおふくろまで殺されるなんてよ。そんなのあんまりにも無謀じゃねえか。
I feel bad because I liked Eva a lot. Of course he felt sorry for everyone who had died, but Battler felt far more sorry for those who had been left alone by the deaths of others. Everyone here now had lost someone close to them. George wasn't the only one he felt sorry for. However, George's pain was far greater than everyone else's.
バトラ。
But Battler also lost everyone as well. He lost Rudolph and he lost Kyrie. He doesn't have anyone in his life right now.
そりゃよ、人はいつか死ぬぜ。人間誰だっていつか死別の悲しみと戦わなきゃならねえ日が来るだろうよ。でもよ、そいつは兄貴にとってはずっと未来の話で、しかもそいつは一つずつ順番に訪れるべきもんじゃねえかよ。無謀すぎるぜ。やろう。少しは人の情けってもんがねえのかよ。
おう、バトラ、泣かない泣かない。
Oh, Maria. I think Maria actually likes Battler. Oh no, but she doesn't like him. Look at that. Maria tried to comfort Battler in a mechanical sounding voice, but I guess those two are going to stick together from now on. Battler violently wiped his tears. Yeah. I need to turn on my air conditioner because it's so hot in here.
俺たちは魔女様に爪を食らってるわけだ。主勢一方ってわけだ。そりゃダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。チェス盤がひっくり返っちまうぜ。野郎は俺たち羊が明日まで逃げる手段もなく怯えてるだけだろうと思ってるだろうよ。だからひっくり返すぜ。明日までこの島から逃げられねえのは野郎も同じだ。しょんべんちびりそうになりながら逃げ隠れするのは俺たちじゃねえ。野郎の方だ。暴いてやるぜ。必ずな。明日までに。いや明日なんか待たねえ。今夜だ。今夜中にその胸ぐらを掴み上げてやる。
Wow.
とにかくこの部屋は警察が来るまでこのままにして施錠します。いいですね。
Natsuhi proclaimed as though she didn't care whether they agreed or not. Okay, let me tell you my theory right now. If we go by the angle that one of the siblings or multiple siblings are still alive, then it's possible that Eva was working with them and then she opened the door and then closed with the chain. Then one of the siblings, who is the culprit, was talking with Eva. Eva disagreed and they had a falling out. The culprit and they met with Hideyoshi still in the bath, so he didn't know about the whole alliance, I guess, to murder Cross. So Eva had a falling out with someone, and that someone killed Eva as she was standing with her shoes still on. Killed her, then put her into bed, killed her, then killed Hideyoshi, and put Eva in the bed afterwards. So how would the murderer escape the room with the lock? Through the window. Again, just as Kinzo could have escaped through the window this morning. Because I think Kinzo was a fake Kinzo it was a sibling impersonating him. Now, who could have killed Eva and Hideyoshi out of the siblings? I don't think Rosa or Kyrie could have done it. I can see Cross, I can see Rudolph, and I can see Goda being capable of doing. Cross is removed because I really think that he was the victim. Rudolph because he would be an amazing antagonist for Battler. So that's my theory right now, so let's proceed. If anyone had a right to object, it would have been George, but he looked as though he had shed enough tears. Still, facing away from them, George nodded slightly and rose to his feet. Everyone else agreed in the response. Natsuhi still hadn't opened the head, Western-style envelope she had picked up. But since they would all be leaving the room now, she decided that she would unseal it in the parlor, where everyone could watch. As soon as they walked out into the hallway, to head back to the parlor, some of them immediately felt something out of place, or maybe sensed something strange.
答えよ。
Parlor's darkness.
マリアもわかるか。こりゃ何の匂いだよ。ひでえ匂いだぜ。
As they all sniffed the air, they did notice a horribly foul, burnt smell, unlike anything any of them had smelled before, drifting to the hallway.
私、ちょっと厨房を見てきます。火はちゃんと消したはずなんですよ。
After noticing a burnt smell, it was natural that Kumasawa, who had just been cooking in the kitchen, suspected that her own clumsiness had caused it. Kumasawa hastily dashed away.
Kanon, Kumasawaと行きなさい。一人にさせないように。
はい。
After nodding at Kinji's orders, Kanon went chasing after her. The others, although they did not run, also followed in order to search for the source of the smell.
臭い。
これは確かに鼻が曲がりそうな匂いですね。しかし換気のために窓を開けてもいいものか。
Natsuhi was reluctant to open the window in a situation where self-defense was so important.
換気扇を回させましょう。窓を開ける必要はないと思います。
ジョージの兄貴、話しかけても大丈夫かよ。
犯人を探す相談なら構わないよ。
It seemed that George already climbed up to the abyss of his sorrow. All that filled his chest now was the quiet flame of hatred towards the killer who had stolen the lives of his beloved parents.
部屋にはチェーンがかかってた。さっき構造を見たが、とても外から細工できる代物じゃねえ。つまり完璧な密室だったってことだ。
そうなるね。バラ庭園の倉庫の時はシャッターの鍵を使用人室からこっそりと持ち出したのだろうとか、あるいは複製の鍵を持っていた可能性とか、いくつか方法が想像できた。でもチェーンは違う。チェーンは一般に浸透した施錠方法の中で最もシンプルに密室を構築できる。
チェーンだけは物理的に破壊しない限り外からはどうにもならないぜ。じゃあつまり犯人は扉からは出入りしなかったってことなのか。
He could have gotten in but not out. That's a problem. Eva might have invited someone inside. That's the problem that I see. So basically, someone other than the people who were in the kitchen or the people who were in the parlor arrived, knocked on the door. Eva responded with her shoes still on. And that person murdered both Eva and Hideyoshi and then escaped through the window, thus creating the illusion of a locked room, of a closed room.
こりゃ面白いや。つい数時間ほど前にも扉以外でどうやって部屋から出入りしたのかってみんなで騒いだ気がするぜ。
Back then, everyone had been making fuss over how grandfather had disappeared from his room. Because of the receipt that Auntie Eva had stuck to the door on a whim, it was revealed that the door had remained sealed. Could the culprit still had been inside, like hiding under the bed? That would be funny. And since Aunt Natsuhi had been the only person to enter or exit during that time, she had come under suspicion. Auntie Eva had proposed a theory about how Auntie Natsuhi might have been thrown grandfather out the window, left by the door herself. But this door is much simpler. It was sealed from the inside by the door chain. The window had also been closed from the inside, and the bodies had been in the room. This time it was really, without exaggeration, true locked room. They say that it was the window closed from the inside, but you only need a string to close. You only need a fucking string to do it. That's right, if you include grandfather's disappearance, 3 incidents had occurred, and all 3 times the door has been the point of interest. The first was the shutter. That was a key to the servant's room, and if we assume someone knew about that, this can't really be called a closed room, a locked room. Next was the door sealed by the receipt. Ever since Natsuhi had entered the room, she could not have let grandfather out the window or thrown him out, and she would have been able to lock the window before leaving. Or, like my crazy theory, he could have hidden until the receipt was gone and left the room later. Basically, this door can be defeated with a handful of desperate tricks. In that sense, you really can't call this one a locked room either. And now we have the door sealed with the door chain. Finally, we have to give up. Nope. The window, the door, everything had been locked from the inside. It was a perfect closed room. Perfect locked room. Still, as I said before, windows can be closed from the inside with the help of a string. It's like... The first hadn't been a locked room because everyone thought could be suspected. The second hadn't been a locked room because Natsuhi could be suspected. But this time, no one can be suspected. This room was a perfect locked room, sealed by the door chain that denied access equally to everyone.
なら、犯人は室内に入らずに犯行に及んだ。
Can you realize the irony that we were speaking right in front of the portrait of the supposed culprit?
部屋の外から何らかの方法で。
She really resembles Jessica.
確かに。
Only if her hair was a bit more darker. But then again, that's a painting. This is a sprite.
チェーンである以上、人が通れるほどは開けなくても、多少の隙間を開けることができる。ノックして顔を覗かせたところを襲うとか。
No.
いや、甘いか。
The problem comes with actually killing both Eva and Hideyoshi. Eva was in the bed and Hideyoshi was in the shower. Problem comes that Eva was moved after death and Hideyoshi the culprit had no way to kill Hideyoshi from the doorway.
甘いよな。エヴァおばさんの遺体が扉のすぐそばだったなら、それも考えたぜ。だが、エヴァおばさんは部屋の奥のベッドの上。しかも、秀吉おじさんはバスルームだった。チェーンの隙間からでは、姿を見ることもできねえし、手を伸ばすこともできねえ。ちくしょう。全然ダメだぜ。さっぱりだ。
Something was tugging softly at my sleeve. Oh shit, Maria's going to tell. Oh, see, Battler. It was Beatrice all along. She listened to your pleas. She listened to your request. We did a crime where no human could have performed it. Aren't you happy? Shit. Oh, the wind again.
満足
Shit, I was fucking right.
満足って、何がだよ。
Please don't hit Maria, Battler.
バトラは親族の誰かを疑うのが嫌だから、犯人はベアトリーチェであってほしいと願ったよ。
Okay, she deserves just a tiny little bit of knocking some sense into her, but not too much, okay?
だからベアトリーチェは叶えた。バトラが言った通り、絶対に人間には無理なことをして、バトラに魔女の存在を信じさせてくれた。なのにわがまま。
Okay, Battler, I forgive you this one time. Oh, you just tapped it. I tapped Maria, who was laughing unpleasantly, on the head with my fist. Did you punch her head?
ああ、叶えてくれてありがとうよ。
I don't know how to feel about this. But I like the music.
今のはその例と、不謹慎な時に笑ったことへの教育的指導だ。それより教えやがれ。エヴァおばさんたちの部屋の扉にも、また怪しげな落書きがされていた。
As I suspected, both these two are going to stick together from now on. The problem comes with,
あれもまた魔法陣なのか。
あれは特に覚えやすい特徴的な形なんだから、あのくらい知っててほしいね。
Again? Oh, come on, stop, Adler. You don't need to.
知らねえから花を持たせてやってんだ。
I forgave Rose after a while, so I can let this go as a gag.
ごちゃごちゃ言わねえで解説しろい。
バトラは暴力的だね。あんまり意地悪すると教えないよ。
Okay,
Okay. 言うよ、このげんこつ男。
I'm liking the dynamic, so I'll let it pass.
あれは月の1の魔法陣だよ。
何の意味がある？その魔法陣のご利益は？書かれてるヘブライ語の意味は？
記されているのは旧約聖書詩編第107編の16節。主は聖堂の扉を破り、鉄の缶抜きを打ち破ってくださいました。魔法陣の効用は2つ。1つはいかなる方法によって閉ざされた扉でも開くことができる。
そりゃ便利な魔法だぜ。つまり魔法の力に頼らなきゃ開けぬ密室の扉っていう魔女様のアピールってわけか。もう一つの効用は、
開かぬ扉を八方塞がりの事態に見立て扉を開く。難解な事態の時に用いることで、それまで思いつきもしなかった解決策を与えてくれるんだよ。平たく言うと、観察力や洞察力、ひらめきや直感を授けてくれるんだね。
What doesn't make sense is that what doesn't make sense with this story is that the magic spell only opens. The fact that it was closed doesn't make sense.
ベアトリーチェはバトラごとき人間風情にこの扉の開き方がわかるものかって挑発してるんだよ。
The problem is not how the door was opened. The problem was how the door was closed afterwards. That's the problem. Okay, I'm liking the dynamics, so I'll let it pass.
よーし、もう黙れご苦労。上等だぜ。その魔女の挑戦、受けてやら。
Okay, Battler. I'll forgive you if you, after all this, if Maria is still alive, you give her a big hug. And if everybody is dead and you are the one to inherit the Ushiromiya family wealth, that you adopt Maria. I don't know. You are 18 years old right now, so I don't know how would that fly. I guess that wouldn't fly. Need to be, I don't know, because she's going to be alone because Rosa is dead. So after all this is over, just promise me that you'll take care of Maria afterwards. If she's still alive after this, I guess.
この世に魔女も悪魔も存在しない。父さんと母さんは誰かが殺した。それが僕のよく知る人間なのか知らない人間なのかはわからない。でもそのどちらであっても必ず人間なんだ。
George is quite focused on the culprit right now.
しかしどうやって、せいぜい10センチ程度しか開かない扉の隙間からどうやったら室内の2人を。
They're looking at this completely wrong. It's not how they could reach them through the crack. It's how they could exit the room. That's the problem. Come on, you can figure this out. It would be simplest to say that Eva invited the culprit to the room.
それにしても耐え難い匂いです。一体何事なのですか？
The stenches. Maybe they want to burn the mansion. Kanon and Kumasawa had gone ahead, realized before they even reached the kitchen that the smell wasn't coming from there. It was because on their way into the kitchen, they noticed an even thicker wave of stench was rising up from the stairs leading to the basement.
ボイラー室。またボイラーの調子が悪いんでしょうか。
Those stairs led to the underground boiler room. The mansion's boiler was old and had been cleaned up recently. Both of them had witnessed problems with the boiler on several occasions, but they had never smelled anything belching out a stench like this before. Slam.
今の音は。
Shit. The sound that they heard from the basement had definitely been the sound of a door closing. Although she did phrase it as a question, Kumasawa too had already realized that the sound couldn't have been more than anything else. Kumasawa was so surprised at the sound that her knees gave way yet again and she cowered. Because at that very moment, no one could have been in the boiler room except for the culprit. Just a few seconds ago, everyone had been crowded together in Eva and Hideyoshi's room. So, caused the sound of a door closing just now.
Kanon-san!
He still has the tool, right? Instantly gathering the situation, Kanon ran down towards the basement. Since they had heard the sound of a door closing just now, and there was no trace of someone climbing the stairs, it meant that the person who had closed the door was now inside the boiler room. If the boiler room had been a dead end, Kanon wouldn't have rushed in so hastily. But Kanon was a servant, so he knew there were two entrances, one that opened to the mansion and one that opened to the courtyard. If he didn't chase them now, they might slip away. Masawa reached the same conclusion long after Kanon did, but she couldn't let him go alone. The thing in the boiler room was the killer, an opponent who had easily killed 6 adults in the first murder. Then Kanon would have no match if he simply confronted them alone. Of course, by this argument, Kumasawa joining him wouldn't at all mean anything, but at any rate, after the delay, Kumasawa decided that he mustn't let Kanon go alone, and she dashed down the stairs. At that time, Kanon was already in the boiler room. The boiler room's characteristic damp heat tormented him. It had always been unpleasantly smelly and a hot place. On top of that, the room was full of that horrible stench, which made Kanon feel like he was going to be sick. There was no doubt that this room was the origin. In that case, Kanon should have been searching for where the smell was coming from. However, Kanon simply kept gazing straight forward as he grabbed a hatchet from a tool shelf just off the side of the door. He hadn't stretched out his hand because he wanted a hatchet. He wanted to grab a weapon, any weapon. Why? Kanon gazed into the darkness, where the naked light bulb could appears. Then he answered.
ルーレットは数字と赤黒にかけて配当を競い合う。だが赤か黒かのようなリスクの低い賭けはその程度の配当しか与えられない。
The words coming out from Kanon's mouth were swallowed up by the darkness. The darkness suddenly started to swirl, glittering. Oh no. Shit. Did Beatrice really kill all of them? Was she going to appear? It was a very fantastical scene. Golden sparkling butterflies that hid in the shadows all over the boiler room clapped their wings, twinkling beautifully, and disappeared into the darkness, gathering together. Kanon continued speaking, directing his words at the darkness as it swallowed the butterflies up. Kanon and Kumasawa are going to die. But as the butterflies gathered in the darkness, they probably, no, they must have laughed. But Kanon continued to speak without faltering in the slightest.
逆により的中率の低いかけ方をすればそのリスクに比例した配当が与えられる。親方様は天文学的なリスクを的中できることを奇跡と呼び、その結果得られる天文学的な配当を魔法と呼んでいた。親方様とお前がどんな魔法を求めてルーレットに挑んでいるのか、そんなことには興味ない。
So the butterflies are representative of the culprit. They're just an effect. He's speaking to the culprit right now. And the culprit is one of the siblings who found the gold. Could it be Kyrie?
しかしお前は忘れている。ルーレットには赤でも黒でもない目が出うることを。
Roulette had a special pocket called Zero, which means that the house takes everything in certain variants of the game, meaning that all the coins bet on the table would be swept up, just as though everyone has forfeit.
僕は一つだけ心に決めていた。もしシャノンが殺されて僕が生き残るようなことがあったなら、この身を投げ出してお前のルーレットを全て台無しにしてやろうと。これは親方様が決めたルールでも、ましてやお前が決めたルールでもない。このルールは僕が作った。僕はもう家具じゃない。
Okay, Kanon.
お前のルーレットのゼロなんだ。
Oh man, I really like Kanon. Why does he have to die here? Shit. Kanon's face twisted with humiliation. It was clear that he had been dealt ridicule in response to his self-denial. Kanon's brow creased even further, and a furious expression that he had never shown anyone appeared on his face. The hand grasping the hatchet was shaking. The sweat became drops which slid down. It's clear that emotions causing Kanon's hand to shake were no longer anger alone. Oh shit, the sounds are getting louder. However, Kanon suppressed that emotion.
僕はもうお前の言葉に惑わされたりはしない。悪魔のルーレットはこれでおしまいだ。地獄にてさらに1000年。次の召喚者を待つがいい。ベアドリーチェ！
Shit. So it's really... And Kanon swung the hatchet upwards and tried to dive into the darkness. The darkness definitely sneered. It sneered at the courage as vulgar, lazy, futile, and meaningless. Sounds are getting louder. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that laughter? What the fuck. Kanon, his hatchet still had aloft. Couldn't take another step after that. Oh no, Kanon. With a clang, the hatchet that Kanon had grasping fell and rolled on the floor. Kanon. Shit, man. There was a portrait and then a giggle, a laughter effect. Fucking hell. What's going on? And following that with a pair of thuds, Kanon's knees hit left then right. That hand, which looked like his head was trying to catch the sky, now that hatchet had been dropped, gradually lowered and rested on his chest. Then the other hand did the same. Fucking me, dude. He has a hole on the chest. Right? Right then, right there was a handle with a demon-shaped design engraved upon it. The same type of weapon had been stabbed into Eva. I thought he would just have a hole. He has the same lance, icepick. The same type of weapon that had been stabbed into Eva and Hideyoshi's foreheads was in Kanon's chest. Fucking hell. Oh no, I liked you, Kanon. Fresh blood dribbled from the corner of Kanon's mouth as he twisted in anguish. Where's Kumasawa? It was makeup too powerful for Kanon's white skin. And the golden butterflies again. Shit, is there really a supernatural element, a magic system? Shit. Around the scene, the glittering gold butterflies danced mesmerizingly through the darkness. It was a beautiful, beautiful dance, a funeral march of tribute, ridicule, and contempt for a single boy's self-sacrifice. Kanon had already been prepared for his own death, but he attempted one last measure of resistance to reject death, at least the form that had been delivered to him. With both hands, he grasped the handle of the weapon sticking into his chest, and gritting his teeth at the acute, unearthly pain, he pulled it out. For a moment, a bright red spray gushed out. Oh, it made an unpleasant bloop sound. It probably resembled the sound of Kanon's soul as it was sucked into the swamp of the dead.
Kanon-san? 誰か
Kumasawa screamed at the incomprehensible sight in front of her. Kanon was lying in a pool of blood. Kumasawa's heart was a complete mess. Ah, what a terrible fate. He would have been killed if I had been with him. Ah, what incredible misfortune. Ah, what incredible fortune. If I had been with him, I might have been killed as well. As she screamed, her expression was filled with complete confusion, and all the muscles on her face were pulled up, almost as though she was smiling while crying. No one could have made fun of the expression such as this.
何事ですか、熊沢。返事をしなさい、熊沢。
The first one to dash in was Natsuhi, with the rifle at the ready. Battler and Genji dashed in after her. Normally, they would probably start discussing the origin of the violent stench filling the boiler room. But after they saw Kanon, who was lying on the ground as if he were drowning in an ocean of his own blood, that stench wasn't important anymore.
Kanon! 返事をしなさい。 源氏、南條先生をここに。
Natsuhi realized that even though Kanon was on the verge of death, he was still conscious, so she sent Genji to get the doctor. Natsuhi, holding the rifle aloft, faced the darkness of the central boiler room and shouted.
そこに隠れているものは何者です。おとなしく出てきなさい。そちらから出てこないなら容赦なく撃ちます。
ライトだ。おばさん、照らすぜ。
Battler, thinking quickly, took a large flashlight from the tool shelf along the door and used its light to cut through the darkness Natsuhi was glaring into. But the only light shone through a mechanical-looking pipeline and a door. The door had been left open, a small crack, and it was obvious that someone left through there in a hurry.
夏日おばさん、あの扉はどこへ？
源氏、あの扉はどこに通じているのですか？
中庭です。
逃がすかよ。くそ、この野郎！
Battler let out a war cry as he slammed into the door. Cool air formed outside, suddenly rushed in. There was something thin, rough stairs leading up. Battler ran up them, shouting.
待ちなさい、バトラ君。一人では危険です。
Natsuhi also rushed up the stairs, chasing after Battler. At the top was the courtyard. The courtyard, well, mentioned, had been built strictly for lighting purposes, so it wasn't a very elegant place. Because it was surrounded on all sides, the air was calm and completely undisturbed, even though they could hear the sound of strong winds. It was only the gentle, sorrowful rain. Through the cold, scattered raindrops, Battler dashed up the stairs into the courtyard, where he looked in every direction. Of course, the odds of him finding a suspicious silhouette just standing around nonchalantly was pretty much zero. Battler turned around, looking in all directions. He turned again and again. He kept spinning until he almost lost his sense of direction. He prayed that he would see the culprit somewhere in the scenery, but there was no chance. All he saw as he spun was more and more of the mansion's heartless walls and windows. Furthermore, there were 2 entrances into the mansion from the courtyard, and neither of them were locked. Because the courtyard couldn't be entered from outside the mansion, the doors had been built without locks. He couldn't tell which one they had left through. He had to give up. Battler pounded the wall with his fist, swearing.
バトラ君、一人で先走ってはダメです。バトラ君。
Battler put his head against the wall and scratched his fingernails as he cried.
畜生！畜生！畜生！エヴァおばさんに秀吉おじさん、さらにカノン君かよ。6人も殺しやがった。飽き足らずさらに3人も殺しやがった。ふざけるな、ふざけるな。エヴァおばさんも秀吉おじさんも昔からいつも優しくしてくれる愉快なおばさんたちだったじゃねえかよ。カノン君とは昨日会ったばかりだが、きっとこれから仲良くなれたと思うぜ。なんで殺したんだ。どうして人ってのはな、殺しちまったらな、二度と生き返らねえんだぞ。タケノコみてえにひょいひょい生えてきちゃ来ねえんだぞ。どうして殺すんだよ。どうして
What you know, Battler? It's to break free. That incomprehensible motive leads to incomprehensible consequences. Battler was a boy who could understand the feelings of pain and regret in a person's heart. So he cried with all his strength. Natsuhi, who always thought of Battler as a strong person, was a little surprised to find he had this delicate side. At the same time, understood how easily hurt the heart of a young person could be, so she held him.
大丈夫です。あなたも、ジョージ君も、マリアちゃんも、ジェシカも。私が絶対に守ります。母として。そして、後宮家の代表として。
Battler, after sobbing to Natsuhi's chest for a while, wiped his tears with a bitter smile and tried to convey that he cried more than enough already, just as he's done the times before.
とにかく一度下に戻りましょう。犯人を探すより自分たちの身を守る方が最優先です。明日になれば船が来る。そうすれば警察がやってきて全てを白日のもとにさらし出してくれるでしょう。犯人がどうあがこうともこの島から逃げられるものですか。
そうっすね。警察さえ来れば。
When the seagulls cry, crime will be solved. The thunder represents the culprit, I think. When the thunder rumbles, that means that everything is going to go wrong. But for some reason, Battler felt a slight sense of uneasiness, as if the seagulls would never cry again. That couldn't be true. The typhoon passes, the lively seagulls should return to the harbor again. But the typhoon isn't going to pass. That's a problem, Battler. More people are going to die. But I didn't think Kanon would go so fast, actually. I thought he would have some plot armor, but he died a hero's death, actually. So, I returned to the boiler room, along with Natsuhi, and told the room weekly that we haven't found anything. He told me that Dr. Nanjo and George Nikki had carried Kanon to the servant room. The servant room had a first aid kit and a sink, and could apparently function as a nurse's office. Masasa and Jessica had accompanied them. Stains from Kennigan's blood remained on the floor. Judging by the large amount of blood lost and the ruthless shape of the weapon that had fallen unceremoniously to the ground, I figured that Dr. Nanjo's treatment would probably end in vain. That weapon was doubtlessly the type that had been struck onto Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's forehead. But wait, isn't the demonic design on the handle a little different? There seem to be small differences in that part. Still, as far as their overall shape was concerned, the weapon was all the same type. Oh shit, this actually complicates things. So the culprit prepared these weapons in advance. Though it had seemed brutal, we left the weapons stuck into Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi to preserve the crime scene. So this was the first time I was able to have a perfect view of the entire weapon. Indeed, the weapon was not bladed like a knife, but shaped like an icepick, or rather a thin stake. And also, it had a spiral-shaped design, sort of like a drill. To use the disturbing analogy, it looked like something that might have been driven into the hearts of human sacrifices in some demonic ritual. Including the handle, it was about 25 centimeters long. Oh shit. Oh wow. Half of that was the stake-shaped part, which was stained with deep red blood. The length of the blood-stained part made it clear just how deeply it must have been penetrated into Kennigan's chest. But Aunt Natsuhi and the rest were not even looking at the weapon, instead standing in front of the incinerator, where the horrible stench was emanating from. Oh shit, did he burn the bodies on the storehouse? Oh shit. They probably pulled that out of the furnace, where it must have been burning. It was still smoldering and kept sending out dense waves of that awfully unpleasant smell. Genji-san and Maria were staring down at it. Is it going to be Kinzo? Well, Natsuhi probably couldn't stand to look directly at it. She kept shaking her head, her back to it. I thought that everything had passed, nothing could surprise me anymore, but this was... I stood there for a while, moaning, without with a rising urge to vomit. The true nature of the unearthly stench is the charred smell from within the incinerator of a burning corpse. Yep, shit. The clothes, the surface of the body, and the hair were all hideously burned. A grotesque corpse in a state where not the face, nor the age, nor even the gender could be guessed at. But when I thought about it calmly, I realized that a corpse appearing at this time could only be one person. Grandfather had disappeared that morning, and whose whereabouts had... You know who it could be? I think that grandfather is not the one who burned. It could be actually... It could be Rudolph. It could actually be Rudolph. But they say the gender... Wait. Nor face, nor age, nor even gender could be guessed at. Oh, so it could be Rosa or Kyrie as well. So basically I think that they made an alliance to kill both Kinzo Cross. Then Goda and Shannon were in the crosshairs of that. Then the culprits double-crossed Eva and Hideyoshi. So they met with Eva on the room and killed her, and then escaped through the window. And then one of the culprits got betrayed, and then they burned him or her. And now the one tasked with burning that corpse was found by Kanon and then killed. Shit. There's the mystery angle, the human angle. If you want to believe that it was Beatrice, I guess you could believe. But I think it was a witch. Doesn't make much sense because that's how the culprit has been acting just far, just to shroud himself with the identity of the witch. Oh shit. Grandfather, who had disappeared that morning and whose whereabouts had been unknown.
おそらく親方様だと思います。
Or maybe it could be the master and I'm going crazy. It could be Kinzo and I'm going insane.
私も同感です。このようなお姿でお亡くなりになるとはおいたわしや。
でもこの死体本当にじい様だって保証はあるんすか？
He's going to have the ring.
こうも黒焦げじゃ性別さえも想像つかないってのに。
バトラ君、足をご覧なさい。
Natsuhi, with her handkerchief over her mouth, her eyes averted, pointed and told me to look at the burned corpse's feet. Huh?
両足の指です。よくご覧になってください。
本当だ。
Oh, and just as Genji's-san had said, there were 6 toes on each foot. Each of the toes had been arranged so normally that I hadn't noticed.
親方様はお生まれの時から両足の指に特徴がございました。そして故に親方様は後ろ宮家の再興を託されたのです。
後ろ宮家には昔から生まれつき多子症の方が多かったそうです。多分遺伝的なものでしょう。
Polydactyly, that means many fingers. Because of that little mistake by God, when the person is born. One of their toes or fingers split into two, and then the total number increases. But a big deal isn't usually made out of polydactyly in the world at large. That's because it isn't a disease, but something people are born with. So the hospital is already aware of it when they are still babies. About the time they turn 1 year old, they're given surgery to make them normal. So even if a child has polydactyly, it is treated before they become self-aware. So even they might not remember it themselves. Incidentally, it seems that it can occur with probably about 1 in every 2,000 babies. So even though it's not usually seen, it isn't that rare at all. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something to me long ago. Something about how even Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the man who unified Japan at the end of Sengoku period, possessed 6 fingers on one hand. According to Aunt Natsuhi, among the many Ushiromiya family heads, the one who praised most for their wisdom, all possessed polydactyly. Highly. Because of that, when grandfather was born, his relatives were all excited at the thought that he might become another wise leader. And when the leading relatives all died in the Great Kanto earthquake, his parents argued that anyone could restore the family from that, it would be grandfather, because of the auspicious sign of his birth. If grandfather thought being head was not a bad gig, 6th toe must have been pretty lucky for him. Come to think of it, I think I've heard about some country where it's believed that people with polydactyly should be treated as gods and revered. It was beside the point, but this is very common in mystery novels for a cause to be burned to hide whose body is it. But it looked like in grandfather's case, just being toasted wasn't enough to hide the proof of his identity. And grandfather's body was not simply burned, just like Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi and Kinzo, who had been stabbed in his chest. He had one of those demon ice picks stuck into his forehead.
指に当主の指輪がありません。
昨夜の手紙の通りということですか、お父様。さぞやご無念でしょう。
But she had let her head droop and closed her eyes tightly. This room will also become a vital crime scene for us to hand over to the police. It was decided that we will leave grandfather's corpse here and lock the room, sealing it. It wasn't clear when grandfather's corpse started burning the incinerator, since according to Genji-san, the flames hadn't been that strong on the body, so it started burning a long time ago, and that stench must have been slowly crept out of the furnace and filled the room bit by bit, eventually pouring out and climbing up to the staircase. Putting aside whether the heat was rare or well done, grandfather had been brought out, killed and burned, even though he had started out in the locked room created by his auto lock. There's probably no doubting this. However, according to Genji-san, the boiler room is usually locked. Probably that someone outside our group was looking around committing the crimes that was now overwhelmingly high. There was also a good chance that this person was walking around with something like a master key. After all, the doors and windows throughout the mansion had been checked. But despite that, the culprit was freely strutting around the mansion. After this latest crime, we cannot be sure that 19th person exists. They haven't been shown themselves once, and yet they are trying to doubt their existence. Along with Kiryu-san's chessboard theory, I've been used this to contradiction to deny the existence of a 19th person. By flipping over the chessboard once more, the very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that a 19th person exists. No. You don't understand, Battler. Right now, we have how many people? 1. So 5. 8 people. 8 people left. It's not that a 19th person exists. It's that there are more than 8 people still alive on the island. That's the problem. Understand? There's no additional person in the island, but there could be additional people still alive. That's the problem. Means that the existence of the 19th person is even less possible. As long as the 19th person doesn't show themselves in front of us, the culprit could get grandfather out throughout the door sealed by the receipt. They could kill Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi from the other side of the door sealed by the chain. And it is possible for them to create a fictional 19th person through strange tricks and devices. If you still want to believe that the culprit is among us, then the list of suspects is very short. 4 of us kids, old Natsuhi, Genji-san, Masao-bachan, Dr. Nanjo. One of these people has to be the culprit. Fucking wrong, Battler. Fucking wrong. One of them could be an accomplice. Probably Dr. Nanjo. Probably Genji. Maybe Kubasawa. As I said before, I think Kanon could have been an accomplice as well and got fed up with the plan and died. There isn't a 19th person, and the main culprit is not one of the people you listed. It's someone who... It's not a 19th person, it's someone who is still alive who isn't listed here. That's the problem. Wait, we can't be so sure of that. Come on. Just a second ago, we started doubting whether the body here was actually grandfather's, right? Maybe we should start thinking of the other bodies in the same way. For example, the first 6 are all the faces horribly destroyed. Okay, Battler, you're fucking getting it. You're getting it. Some of the bodies had kept enough of their faces for us to confirm who they were, but my old bastard, for example, lost his entire face, as though it had been peeled off. We'd only figure out which body was which by their clothes and surroundings. Had that culprit prepared the fake corpse beforehand and disguised it to make it look like they died, and hid somewhere and continued their killing spree. Okay, he's finally getting it. It sounds ridiculous, but that doesn't mean it's an impossible trick. It's too early to give in to this 19th person. No, this witch.
マリアちゃん、それ以上しげしげと見てはなりません。さあ、バトラ君もカノンの容体も気になりますし、いつまでもこのようなところにはいられません。戻りましょう。
おー。
Maria is close by Battler. Where's Jessica and George? Maria hadn't gone out with everyone else, but remained in the boiler room. The thing that she was staring fixedly at was probably the knife, right? The icepick. Not grandfather's body, but the demonic icepick that was sticking out from his forehead. No doubt it was an irresistible item for the obsessed. I wrapped her on the head.
おい、マリア。ベアトリーチェの目的は何なんだ？俺たち全員の命か？
Yep. Can I say that I love the soundtrack?
ベアトリーチェはもうすぐ蘇るんだよ。
Look at the tips. See the epitaph. So, died here. I don't know how happened this. So basically, 6 people died here. The ocean. Eva died. The 4th Twilight gouged the head and killed. So this was Kinzo, and this was Kanon. But the problem was that Kinzo died way before Eva and Hideyoshi died. That's the problem. So this whole scenario is going wrong. So 1 more, 2 more, 3 more. The witch revives on the 9th Twilight and she kills the rest. and then the epitaph ends.
Soの時、誰も生き残れはしない。
よくも笑えるもんだぜ。自分だけ蚊帳の外だと思ってるのか？どうして自分の身に危機が迫っていると感じない？どうして怯えない？
Because she thinks that... Because she already resigned, I guess.
ベアトリーチェは約束してくれたもん。
Yep, she has.
私は黄金鏡へ連れて行ってもらえるんだよ。
Fuck me, dude. She's manipulating you, Maria. Shit. Am I convinced that it's Kiri or Rosa? Maybe Rudolph? But shit. So she says that she'll take you to the golden land, in quotes. But that could also mean she'll take you to the afterlife. So she's basically promising to kill you.
そこはね、しがらみも何もない、すべての人たちがずっと一緒に、いつまでも優しくし合っていける素敵な場所なんだよ。
So she's really promising to take you to the afterlife. Holy shit. She really promised you to kill you. That's the problem.
私は楽しみだよ。
Shit. Holy
その時はもうすぐだもん。
This is a lost cause, battler. Holy hell. I'm sorry. This is a lost cause. Just what kind of person is Maria? I only know what Maria was like 6 years ago, when she was 3. She had been pure and obedient, a good kid. This new Maria 6 years later and the Maria I knew didn't seem to fit together. Just who is she, this witch who calls herself Maria? Oh, Battler, you're getting manipulated as well to think that it was a witch. Sorry, have to drink some water. To her, with her obstinate belief in witches, a series of unsolvable crimes is proof that witches actually exist. Every time something occurs that would not be difficult for a human, it becomes a little harder for the rest of us not to believe in the witch called Beatrice. It must have been an intense pleasure for Maria to see her relatives, who once firmly denied the witch's existence, start acknowledging her existence one by one. Is that why she's in high spirits? Come on, Battler.
マリア、もう一遍だけ聞く。どうせ答えは同じだろうが、もう一遍だけ聞く。お前は昨日、バラ庭園で手紙をもらった。そいつは誰なんだ？
おお、だからベアトリーチェ。バトラがまだ信じない。おお。
Maria only repeated what she had already said. Maria had met with the 19th person, the witch. Had that really been a 19th person, or had it been one of the 18 who told her to say otherwise? All that's certain is that Maria, with the rest of us constantly, had always had an alibi, and hasn't done anything that would put her under suspicion. She's simply overjoyed at being made Beatrice's messenger. It certainly is not our 19th person. I think. That's right. I wonder what's written in the letter we picked up from in Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Aunt Natsuhi should still have it with her. I'm not sure what's going on anymore. I'm so confused as to how would the culprit be able to do all that. In the end, Kanon did not regain consciousness. even though Dr. Nanjo and the rest did all they could to heal him. There was very little that could be done on an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. However, Kanon was the only human to ever confront the culprit. If only he could give us some kind of clue. By the time he was carried to here, it was already too late.
申し訳ありません。あのような重傷を設備のないところではどうしようも。
いえ、無理もないことです。最善を尽くしてくださりありがとうございました。
Dr. Nanjo's shirt had been sprayed with a violent spurt of blood, so it was easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Kanon-kun's life, up until the very last second. Jessica was crouched in the corridor, crying in anguish. She had probably been taking care of Kanon-kun to the moment of his death. George Nicky tried to approach her with words of comfort, but when Jessica pushed him away, he stopped trying to interfere and left her alone.
私がカノンさんを一人で行かせなければ。
気に病むことはない。仮に一緒だったら熊沢も襲われていたかもしれん。それに愚かにも先走ったゆえの自業自得だ。
Genji sure is harsh. He liked Kanon.
そんな言い方ってねえぜ。カノン君は犯人の姿を見つけて勇敢に立ち向かったんだ。熊沢さんも一緒だったら犯人は躊躇して逃げることを選んだかもしれない。
Emotion filled with words that I never thought I'd hear from the normally tactful Jessica tumbled out of her mouth. Masawa, looking truly sorry, could do nothing but hang her head.
ジェシカ、今は言葉をかけるべきじゃない。僕だって。そしてバトラ君もだろう。もう何が何だかわからなくて心が張り裂けそうだよ。
No, shit. I've been thinking the same thing as George. That I don't know what to do anymore. But even so, don't. If you feel depressed, disheartened, and lose the drive to find out the culprit, you lose. You have everything to lose and nothing to gain if you let the culprit go. Kanon was in the right. The only mistake he did was confront the culprit alone. There were tears in George Nicky's eyes again. He should have just took a peek at the culprit's identity and just ran back with all his might. That's what. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back the pain of losing his parents. I had already cried myself dry, so I didn't want to cry anymore. However, I felt myself the pain in our hearts.
大丈夫だよ、ジェシカお姉ちゃん。カノンにだってまたすぐ会えるよ。
In the afterlife, holy shit.
よしてくれよ。そういう慰めはいらねえぜ。
ベアトリーチェは死者も失ったアイスらも蘇らせる。だからきっとすぐに会えるよ。そしてきっとみんなで穏やかに過ごせるから。
Shit, Maria has been thoroughly manipulated.
カノン君を殺したのがマリアに昨日手紙を渡したっていうベアトリーチェなのか。
Don't get mad at Maria, okay? I allowed Battler early on because it was a funny gag. But don't get mad at Maria. She's just an innocent kid getting manipulated.
そいつはどこにいるんだよ。どこに隠れてるんだよ。私が見つけて引き裂いてやる。言えよ。知ってるんだろ、犯人の正体を。お前は何を知っていて何を隠してるんだ。話しやがれ。
Jessica, fuck off, man.
お嬢様、おやめください。
ベアトリーチェはいる。
畜生、ケンジさん離せよ。
Did you really hit Maria? Fuck you, Jessica, okay?
マリアが犯人を知ってる。しかもそいつは知ってて隠してるんだ。
I let Battler go because that was a funny gag, but this isn't funny anymore, okay? She's just a 9-year-old kid getting manipulated and brainwashed.
そして私たちの内情を伝えて殺しの手引きをしてるに違いないんだぜ。
She's been with us the whole fucking time.
ジェシカ、静かにしなさい。
Jessica rushed at Maria and grabbed hold of her. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica could not be calmed. Next thing I heard was the sound of Aunt Natsuhi slapping Jessica's face. After that, only Jessica's sorrowful, shouting voice returned throughout the hall.
マリアちゃん、僕は君が断じて犯人ではないことを知っている。
Come on, she's 9. Come on.
君はいつも僕たちと一緒にいたし、犯人なんかと通じている時間はなかった。
She could have communicated earlier on, but not now. Just search her bag for something. Maybe there's more the culprit has. If there's a journal with the culprit's instructions there, it's quite common. Just grab her bag and search there. You would find all you need to know.
だから聞かせてほしい。君に昨日手紙を渡したベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
Beatrice, the witch. She's going to respond the same way. It's not going to work. She's been manipulated. Although those words seemed kind, they clearly showed that George still had doubts about Maria. Come on, she's just a 9-year-old kid. Come on, she's being strung along by the culprit. Can't do this. He hadn't tackled Maria. However, he felt exactly the same way Jessica did.
兄貴、同じことは俺もさっき聞いたぜ。返事は同じさ。
マリアちゃんの口から聞きたい。ベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
Beatrice is a 1,000-year-old witch, blah blah blah.
言ってもどうせ信じない。
それはどういう意味だい？ひょっとして僕らのよく知る人物が犯人で、君は何かの事情からそれをかばうために黙っているというのかい？
She's not covering for anyone. She genuinely believes that she met Beatrice. It's not going to change no matter how many times you ask. She has been thoroughly manipulated.
君はあの手紙を誰にもらったんだい？
ベアトリーチェにもらったんだよ。
Again.
何度だって言う。手紙はベアトリーチェにもらった。ジョージお兄ちゃんがベアトリーチェを信じないのは殴れる相手じゃないから？
Maria is an opponent you can hit, but you shouldn't, okay? George, that's the problem. People are ganging up on Maria. And she's being the unfortunate target for all of them right now. Come on, Battler, just don't let people gang up on Maria. Not now.
ジョージお兄ちゃんはやるせない気持ちを暴力に変えて誰かにぶつけたいと思っている。だから殴れる相手が人間じゃなきゃ収まりがつかない。だからそんなジョージお兄ちゃんには真実を話しても受け入れられない。だから言っても無駄。信じない。でもマリアは何度も言うよ。真実だから言うよ。ベアトリーチェはね、いるの。黄金鏡の扉はもうすぐ開かれるよ。マリアはそこに行くの。ベアトリーチェが約束してくれたの。その世界ではママも優しくてパパも一緒で優しいの。
She's so brainwashed. Oh my god. Okay, whoever this culprit is can fuck right off.
マリアは早くそこへ行きたいの。みんなはベアトリーチェのことを恐れている。 そしてそれは無理もないことだけど。なら安心して。ベアトリーチェは言ってたよ。
Just take her bag away from her. There's something in there.
台風が去るまでに全てを終わらせるからって。
No. It was Battler?
饒舌なマリアも嫌いじゃねえが、とりあえずはそのくらいにしとけ。
Oh, Battler, come on, don't fucking hit Maria.
魔女はいるいる言ってたお前にとって、さぞや現状は愉快だろうが、とりあえずそいつはお前だけで噛み締めとけ。
Don't you understand? In her mind, she's going to a basically paradise where she can be together with everyone. She's happy because of that. So you should understand that she's being manipulated and brainwashed to believe that she'll be going to such a place when she's actually going to die. Come on, Battler, understand that.
他人にまで押し付けるんじゃねえ。
おお。
こいつ前から気持ち悪いやつだとは思ってたけど、おかしいぜ。どっかおかしいぜ。
The thunder signalizes Beatrice's involvement, or something is going wrong. As said before, Jessica's just looking for someone to blame, for someone to pile up her anger.
バトラは思わねえのかよ。ケンジさんは
Even if she's creepy, she's just come on.
熊沢さんは母さんはどうだよ。マリアは犯人の正体を知ってて隠してる。確かに直接手を下してるわけじゃないかもしれない。でも間違いなく犯人の一味だぜ。
Come on, you don't know that. As I said before, she met someone and delivered the letter to her. That someone might not even been the culprit. And she met with Beatrice, or someone that looked like her, spoke like her, had knowledge of black magic and stuff. I don't know. Maybe even had the head ring on her. So it doesn't matter. She won't know who the culprit actually is. She believes it was Beatrice.
そうさ、スパイさ。私たちと一緒になんかいさせられないぜ。
Fuck you, Jessica, okay? Bottom of the barrel goes for you.
マリアちゃん、不謹慎な話を慎むべき時もあることを知りなさい。これ以上混乱に油を注ぐような真似が過ぎれば、おばさんも本気で怒ります。
Natsuhi glared at Maria with frightening eyes. Maria was used to Auntie Rosa's loud and style of scolding, but she apparently hadn't developed a resistance to this kind of silent telling off. She shrugged and kept her mouth shut. A desolate feeling filled the room. They're just looking for someone to get angry, and Maria's the perfect target. And they're dogpiling on a fucking... They're putting all their anger on a 9-year-old and thinking that's normal. Come on, please realize what's going on. It felt as though things would just get more complicated if anyone spoke. How many people had already died? 6 in Dad's group. Also both Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, Kanon-kun grandfather. There were a whole of 18 people on this island. 10 of those have been killed. More than half of us had been killed. And at this stage, there was absolutely no guarantee that the remaining 8 were going to be alright. Honestly,
今は仲違いをしている時ではありません。
Honestly, at this point, I would just... I don't know. I would just run towards the port and stay there. maybe get some tents and stay there for the rest of the... Because staying on the mansion isn't going to work.
犯人が神出鬼没に屋敷内を出入りしていることが間違いなくなった今、私たちは明日まで身を守ることだけに専念しなくてはなりません。
夏日おばさんに極めて同感だぜ。犯人探しは今夜ゆっくりできるさ。今はどこで籠城するかを考えた方がいい。
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Barricading on the port. As I said this, I pointed out the clock to everyone. It was already 8 at night. Shit. At death's door. We had been receiving shocks over and over again since the early morning, and both our bodies and our minds were completely tired out. There was still a long time until tomorrow. We needed to find some place to barricade ourselves in. Somewhere we could rest our bodies and feel even the slightest bit safe.
私も同感ですが、私も含めもうみんな体も心も限界まで打ちのめされています。今からそれを考えた方が賢明でしょうな。
そういうこった。敵はマスターキーに準ずるものを持っている公算が高い。
シャノンやカノン君、ゴーダさんはマスターキーを持ってましたか？
はい、勤務時間中だったなら身につけていたはずです。
現場をいじらない方がいいってんでそこまでは調べなかったのが、誰かの鍵が奪われている可能性は否定できねえな。
そもそも犯人はバラ庭園倉庫のシャッターを開けるために一度使用人室を訪れている可能性があります。そこでマスターキーをすでに入手していると考えて間違いないでしょう。
There were many servants serving the Ushiromiya family. Because of that, there were several master keys. Furthermore, every time the shifts changed, the keys were passed between servants. She had to admit that the arrangement had been somewhat sloppy.
仮に殺された使用人の誰かのポケットから鍵束を拝借したとして、その鍵でも開けられない安全な場所はあるのか？
私たちはお仕事の都合上全てのお部屋の鍵を預かっております。お屋敷もゲストハウスも全てです。
つまり私たちはどこへ立てこもって鍵をかけようと意味がないってわけだ。上等だぜ。鍵なんかいるもんか。来るなら来やがれってんだ。
If Kanon couldn't defeat the culprit, you can't. He had a fucking hatchet.
返り討ちにしてやるぜ。
Only Natsuhi, who has the power of gun by her side, can actually challenge the culprit right now.
敵は正面から来ないよ。最初の6人はともかく母さんたちやカノン君。
The only ones I can see confronting and actually winning against the culprits are Natsuhi, Battler, and Genji.
そしておじい様の例を見る限り、敵は孤立した人間だけを狙ってる。一部屋に固まっている僕たちのところへ堂々と乗り込んで来られるほどの力はないんだよ。
そうだな、兄貴の言う通りだ。ひょっとするとおばさんのライフル銃が抑止効果として成立してるのかもしれないぜ。
なら良いのですが。
マリア、言いたいことがあるんだろうが、そいつは飲み込んでしばらく黙ってろ。
Maria probably wanted to say that witches weren't afraid of things like guns or something like that. But if she were to say that out loud, the atmosphere around here would start to get pretty edgy. Okay, Battler at least understands that they're trying to search for someone to put their anger upon. I had noticed and decided to put a stop to it.
よろしいでしょうか。一箇所だけ使用人の鍵束でも入れない場所が。
それはどこです？
はい、親方様の書斎です。
私は反対だぜ。じい様の気持ち悪い部屋になんか入りたくない。
あの部屋に入れる鍵は何本あるんですか？
2本です。1本は常に私が、もう1本は親方様がお持ちでしたが、先ほどボイラー室の遺体からこれを。
So it's safe to say that the culprit also has the key. Kinzo took a handkerchief out of his pocket and opened it, showing us the burnt and filthy key to the study. Oh, so there's only one right now. Then he showed it alongside his own key, which he had once lent to Natsuhi.
本来なら警察のために鍵も残すべきだったのですが、親方様より書斎の留守は必ず守るようにと仰せつけられておりましたもので、私。
なるほど。
本来なら警察のために鍵も残すべきだったのですが、親方様より書斎の留守は必ず守るようにと仰せつけられておりましたもので、私がお預かりさせていただいておりました。
ということは金蔵さんの書斎は唯一の安全地帯というわけですな。
そういうことになりますね。あの怪しげな匂いの部屋に一晩も立てこもるなど考えたくもありませんが、あの部屋が一番安全であることを今は認めなければならないようです。
その安全な部屋に閉じこもってたじい様を犯人は連れ出して殺してる。絶対安全とは言い切れねえけどな。バトラ君の説のおじい様がうまくレシートをやり過ごして自分の意思で部屋を出たと考えるなら、籠城の価値はあるかもしれない。へえ、楽観的すぎだぜ兄貴。
However, at the same time, thought he brought up a pretty interesting point. After all, this gives us a chance to question the enemy, the witch herself, about how the sealed door has been opened. If we assume that the culprit used the same technique to abduct grandfather from his study, they'll have to show us the same trick again if they wanted to assault us in the study. It's an opportunity to force the culprit to demonstrate that trick right before our eyes. If they're a real witch, we will be forcing them to say "Open Sesame" and open the door by magic right in front of us. But such a thing is probably impossible. If you flip over to chessboard, you realize the culprit is obviously just trying to act like they are a witch. If they really were a witch, all they had to do is appear right in front of us and show off a spell colorful enough to silence all our doubts. Since they avoided doing that, everything must be the work of a fake witch who wants us to think otherwise. Therefore, a culprit who used a technique other than magic to defeat the locked room couldn't open the door before our eyes.
じいさんの部屋ってのは8人で押しかけても大丈夫なくらいの広さなんすか？
はい、ベッドにソファー、毛布類もありますので、贅沢を言わなければ十分に夜を越すことができます。流しにご不浄、冷蔵庫に酒棚もあります。
ひゅー、そいつはすげえぜ。しかしおかしなもんだな。自分の家の中にさらに自分の家を作ったってのか？島を丸ごと買って自分の夢を全て実現しきったじい様の最後の家にしちゃ随分手狭なんだな。
そうですね。いつの頃からかお父様にとっては屋敷内ですら心を許せる場所ではなくなってしまったのでしょう。
そこに引きこもっていたのを私たちは嘲笑い、そして今度は私たちがそこに立てこもろうってわけだ。
Jessica spat the words out.
ジェシカちゃんは立てこもるより犯人を探しに行きたいという感じだね。
もちろんこっちから探しに行って見つけられるなんて思っちゃいないぜ。
I don't think why I don't understand why Jessica was so upset. Like she's suddenly so upset. Cross died way earlier. Did she have... I don't know.
結局は待つしかない。
It's strange that she's so upset just now Maybe because she was treating Kanon and saw him die. That's the problem.
ならどこで待ったって同じだろ。逃げも隠れもしない。客までテレビでも見ながらのんびり現れるのを待とうじゃねえかよ。ベアトリーチェ様をよ。
現れなければ現れないで十分です。犯人を暴くのは私たちである必要がないからです。
正論ですな。警察が来るまで危険を冒すべきではありません。
Yeah, this is not a detective mystery anymore. This is a slasher mystery.
ありがとう南條先生。私は
People are dying
お父
way too
様の書
fast.
斎に移るべきだと思います。確かにお父様が連れ出された可能性があり、絶対の安全が保証されているわけではない。しかしバトラ君の推理のお父様が何らかの方法で自ら書斎を出て外で襲われた可能性も否定できません。
The crazy theory had just been what I came up with to stop the argument. However, just as Auntie Eva had said, even though that trick would work, I can't really begin to explain what motive could have made grandfather do something so awkward to sneak out of his own study. Plus the trick of hiding under the bed and waiting for the receipt to be removed before escaping couldn't have been used unless grandfather had known that receipt was wedged in the door. Auntie Eva hadn't pointed out the last part, but it was clear how absurd that the theory was. Then does that mean that, as Auntie Eva had claimed, the door was sealed and it was a locked room? It is a doubtless fact that Aunt Natsuhi was the culprit, and that the room was a locked room. If Auntie were here now, she would probably make the claim openly and do me the favor of blowing my strange theory away. But anyway, I had to admit that a room with both a bed and a toilet that all 8 people could be shut up in, and with only 2 keys, both of which were gathered here, the safest places, had to be the safest place in the mansion right now. At the very least, I figured this would be better than shutting ourselves up in the parlor again and saying nothing went wrong while we were there before. No, wait. Were we safe only because we were shut up in the parlor? What if leaving the room and moving to an unexplored location is actually more dangerous? No good, no good, no goddamn good at all. My flimsy head was about to break out in a fever as I keep flipping over the chessboard. Real and the inverse kept switching with each other over and over, and I lose my ability to believe in anything. And it seems like the culprit is one of the 18. I want to believe in Beatrice. And once I start believing in Beatrice, I start to find the culprit amidst the 18. That keeps spinning around forever, and in the end, my thoughts haven't taken one step to where they started. And you fell into the culprit's trap perfectly. Oh, I guess this time... right now we're going to stall around, I guess. How far back in the past was it that Kiri-san taught me this chessboard way of thinking? That concept of examining the situation by flipping it over and thinking from the enemy's side. I get the feeling that I was so interested in this way of thinking at the time that I let it guide the way I thought about everything. And the way Kiri-san was that co-worker back then. I hadn't dreamed I hadn't dreamed that the day would come when she would be added to our family. Didn't Kiri-san tell me something? I got the feeling that she once said that while a chessboard thinking was one way to look at things, it wasn't all powerful by any means. In fact, it was actually bad to rely on it too much.
チェス盤思考ってのはね、昔本で読んだゲーム理論というものを私なりに解釈したものよ。とても面白い学問だから、バトラ君も大学に入ったら挑戦してみるといいわよ。
ぜひやってみたいっす。それを勉強してチェス盤思考をもっと鍛えたら、どんな相手の手の内も読めるみたいで楽しいじゃないっすか。
でもね、 盲信しちゃダメよ。ゲーム理論は非常に奥深く複雑な学問なの。チェス盤思考はその上辺だけを私なりに解釈した考え方に過ぎない。バトラ君が想像するほどに相手の手の内を読み切るには相当の勉強が必要よ。しかもチェス盤理論は応用の利く便利なものではあっても完璧ではない。便利ではあっても弱点が多い。
弱点？
ええ。チェス盤思考の基礎はゲーム理論。ゲーム理論は突き詰めると数学に行き着くの。数学の弱点は何か知ってる？ノイズよ。
In math, when you write 1 plus 1 equals 2, an equation will always be 1 plus 1 equals 2, no matter how many billions of years pass. Nothing more, nothing less. That's because there's absolute no noise mixed in. But for example, unlike math, the Japanese language has noise mixed in. Kanji are a good example. Old kanji and new kanji are slightly different, which represents an introduction of noise created by the change over the ages. Isn't history the same? There's a lot of dozens of policies that seem foolish in the modern era, but are meaningful at one point in the past. Because the rules of chess are fixed. When a pair of experts are discussing one particular position, it's possible they could reach the same conclusion whether they're from 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. However, if the rules of chess had gone through massive changes over time, it's possible that the discussion about the same position will have changed as well. This thinking is wrong because in chess, things change. Not change, but players get better. Yes.
その通り。人の世の事象は本来ノイズだらけなのよ。人の感情だってそうでしょ？全く同じことが起こったからといって人は必ず決められた反応を示すとは限らない。
For example, even if the chess AIs from Google and other companies have reached the pinnacle of chess right now, could be that one artificial intelligence in 100 years in the future would analyze the same position way drastically different. Of course, chess has limits, I guess, but still, players, even if there are robots, they get better with time.
それを数学の理論で当てはめ相手の行動を読もうとする時点ですでに理論には弱点と限界があることを知らなければならない。手っ取り早く言うとチェス盤思考はノイズや気まぐれそして誤解認識ミスに非常に弱いの。
So right now Kyrie is saying that the culprit is creating a lot of noise. The culprit is fickle, and there's mistakes on what you think the culprit is actually aiming towards. Come on, Battler. That's right, Kiryu-san said that. That's right, Kiryu-san definitely had said that. And in the first place, chess is a game where both sides play by the same rules and fight with the same objective, namely victory. This is why it was possible for both sides to predict the other's moves. It's possible to read an opponent because you always suppose that they will advance with the best moves they can find. But what if the opponent is fickle, or a little tired, and makes a move that can hardly be called the best? Or maybe, what if the game actually has special rules? Or maybe the game has no rules at all, and you're looking at it way wrongly. Only the enemy knows them, and they can make use of something unknown to you. In fact, what if the opponent actually has some goal other than victory? Yep, come on. The goal is to kill everybody. Think from your enemy's perspective. As the basis of chessboard thinking. Which means that if you misunderstand your enemy, Any ML answers that you draw from the process will be complete rubbish and no use at all. And that's why you need to understand their motivations. And I understood them. I fucking understand the motivations of the culprit. You don't, Battler. That's the problem here. That's why you're getting confused. You're getting manipulated by the noise that's the culprit is creating. The noise being, oh, it's a witch, nobody could have done it, blah blah blah. That's the noise being thrown. Many times I thought that by using chessboard thinking, I had gotten a glimpse into the person behind these crimes. However, I don't know anything about the culprit. And I'm just playing in a labyrinth of thought. Yep, you are. You need to know thy enemy before you think on their footsteps. And I know your enemy, but you don't. That's the problem between the both of us. If Kiri-san were here at a time like this, she'd probably be able to notice something with her much sharper thinking ability. Perhaps she's the culprit and you're not getting it. Jessica never warmed to the idea of moving to grandfather's study, but in the end, Natsuhi persisted, and we decided to move there. Everyone was already trapped by paranoia. Masao-san had prepared dinner once already, but after the incident involved George and Iki's parents, the kitchen and parlor had become temporarily devoid of people. Someone said that it might have been poisoned at the time. Because of that, we weren't able to even touch the food that Kumasawa-san had taken the trouble to make for us. The manner in which the first 6 had been killed was still unknown, but there was a possibility that it was poison. I said that before. And indeed, by this method, even a single person would have been able to carry the murders of 6 fully grown adults. Furthermore, this idea made it seem that there was only a single culprit, who was also afraid of Natsuhi's rifle. This was very good for our emotional stability. And Natsuhi is going to be next. That's a problem. But the fatigue and hunger were even harsher than we had imagined. So, on Kumasawa's suggestion, we all went along together to the kitchen and gathered some canned food, which would be hard to poison to take in with us. All of Kumasawa-san's efforts to reward us with at least a nice dinner on this savage day regrettably came to nothing. The food piled up on the serving cart looked just a little sad. We all started climbing the stairs. Natsuhi led the group, warily staring into the darkness with both eyes and the barrel of the gun. When we arrived on the 3rd floor, just as Natsuhi had warned us beforehand, it was a mixture of a chemical smell and a sickly sweet aroma, a stench hanging in the air that felt like it was eating into our heads.
なるほど。こりゃ一晩もこもったら頭痛にでもなりそうな匂いだな。今更ながらじい様の書斎に反対したジェシカに賛成だぜ。
This exceptionally large, magnificent door felt like the source of the stench. So, this was the door to the forbidden study, which had turned away all those who visited. While Genji-san was unlocking the door, Maria was staring at the door and the doorknob with great interest.
おー、すごいドア。
古くいかめしくて冗談の通じなさそうな、いかにもじい様の書斎にふさわしい扉だよな。
霊的な悪意を退ける力がとても強く込められている。多分ベアトリーチェはこの扉を開けられないね。
お？それどういうことだよ。
Maria pointed at the doorknob. Oh, they're scorpions. Scorpion crest. No, designed like a magical circle arranged around the scorpion was inscribed there. This design, that's right. Isn't this just like a keyholder charms that Maria gave Jessica and me yesterday?
火星の5の魔法陣は強力な魔除け。しかもこの魔法陣は相当丹念に作られていて、 力がよく満ちている。魔の者であるベアトリーチェにとって、この魔法陣はとても厄介だろうね。
それは心強いじゃねえか。この部屋なら、ベアトリーチェの魔手から逃げられるってことだろ。うちの魔女様は実に頼もしいぜ。
なら、ベアトリーチェはどうやって中のおじい様を？
バトラが推理した通りだよ。ベアトリーチェは中に入れない。でも彼女には魔法があるし、使い魔だっている。それらを使って、おじい様が自分から書斎を出てくるように仕向けることはできるかも。
ああ、漫画で読んだな。吸血鬼は十字架が怖くて近づけねえけど、使い魔たちはへっちゃらなんで、使い魔に襲わせるみたいなシーンを読んだことがあるぜ。
バトラたちに昨日あげたサソリのキーホルダーのようなお守りも、この火星の5の魔法陣だよ。込められている力は微々たるものだけど、この島を出るまでの間を守ってくれるだけなら十分だった。なくしちゃったそうだけどね。
サソリのキーホルダーのお守り？
ああ、昨日私が母さんに渡したお守りは、マリアにもらったものだったんだよ。ドアノブにかけると魔除けになるとか言われて、私より母さんの方がいいかなって。
そうでしたか。ジェシカにしては変わったものを持っていると思っていました。
夏日おばさんがあれをドアノブに？
ええ、夕べそう聞き、寝る前に扉の内側のドアノブにかけました。
なら、夏日おばさんはとても幸運だよ。そうだったなら夕べ、ベアトリーチェは夏日おばさんに指一本触れられなかっただろうね。ベアトリーチェはさぞや悔しがったと思うよ。
Beatrice, annoyed, couldn't lay one finger. Natsuhi thought back on the eerie graffiti she had seen this morning. Like someone had been tearing at the outside of her door with blood-soaked hands. And gasped in surprise. Maybe this witch Beatrice, that is witch who called herself Beatrice, tried to enter through the door of her very own room. But the magic repelling charm had been hanging from the inside. Oh no, Natsuhi's going to believe it. Shit. So she couldn't break through the door. So she was annoyed. So she scratched at it.
よせよ、そういう話。魔女なんかいないぜ。いるのは犯人。それも私たちと同じ人間だ。それを確かめる必要があるってなら、八つ先にして血が赤いかも確認してやろうじゃねえか。
Jessica is being so antsy, so edgy right now, thinking that she can go up against the culprit. And she has fucking bronchitis.
よくも、カノン君を。
Does she have feelings for Kanon? Of course she has fucking... Shit. Click. Genji unlocked the door. The 8 entered Kinzo's study. So now it's stalling time. The culprit must find a way to get people out. Oh shit. It's going to be a long while. Think that they're going to stay until tomorrow and then realize that no boat or the rain won't stop and they'll have to get out eventually. Grandfather's study. I heard rumors about beforehand, so it didn't surprise me all that much. He had done nothing more than fortify it thoroughly with his occult hobbies. If grandfather's hobby had been chasing after pop-idols, these walls had been buried beneath idol posters. Even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that this room was an amalgamation of all the things he enjoyed. Even so, I couldn't help but remain dumbfounded by the smell of his creepy medicine and the sweet stench that never seemed to melt my head. Now, stalling time begins. Oh, the auto lock. When the door closed, it automatically made a clunk. I see. This is the auto lock that activated whenever the door was closed. And there was only 2 keys which could open this door from the outside, both of which were in this room. In other words, this room had become a locked room. The shutter, the receipt, the chain, and now the auto lock. This 4th door had been locked in the most magnificent fashion yet, constructing a locked room in the perfect form that no one could argue with. Just to make absolutely sure that this room was secure, we checked all over the ways in or out. The windows were tightly locked. That should have been enough, but just in case, we tried knocking all over the walls. After all, there had been whispers that there might be a hidden door in this room, but we couldn't find anything suspicious. Grandfather's study was very large. Even though we called it a study, it wasn't really a single room. It could be divided up into 4 basic sections: a study section, a bedroom section, a toilet bathroom section, and a section for cooking that had a sink. I see. The study does have enough in it to live in. Now I could understand how grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. It seemed that grandfather wasn't in the habit of watching TV. There was no television in this room, not even a radio. Until tomorrow morning, there will be nothing more for us to do but pass the time listening to the sounds of the rain. Dr. Nanjo gazed at the chessboard set on the table in front of the sofa and muttered. It was apparently the partly finished chess match he'd been playing with with grandfather until yesterday. The black had the white pretty well cornered, and it looked like the checkmate would be reached within a few moves, the end of the endgame. Even though checkmate had almost been reached, the endgame had been rushed, and in the end, was never completed.
金蔵さん、やはりこの勝負は決着がつきませんでしたな。
南條先生。
わしは長く金蔵さんの友人だったが、金蔵さんのことを知っているのは半分だけでしかなかった。金蔵さんにはいつも聡明な金蔵さんと何かの狂気にとらわれた金蔵さんの2人が同居していたように思う。
Yeah, he gave that impression way throughout. There was a deranged side and one calm side.
わしは金蔵さんのことを何も理解してはおらんかった。
特にベアトリーチェ様のことになると人が変わったようでしたっけね。
In the direction of Kumasawa-san's upward gaze, portraits of Beatrice could be seen. It wasn't massive like the one hanging in an entrance hall, but small, made for this room. Grandfather probably spent every day in this room, and so much of his time talking to the witch in that portrait. Who was Beatrice to grandfather in the first place? By now you can explain her away by saying she was a story made up by the parents to frighten children away from wandering into the forest. While eating the canned food we had brought from the kitchen, we talked together about who Beatrice was. The culprit was Beatrice herself or someone pretending to be her. If they were witch or human, the lady on this portrait was strongly related to the basis and background for these crimes. You can talk about them without talking about her.
そうだ、母さん。エヴァおばさんたちの部屋で犯人の手紙を拾ったんでしょ？
ええ、まだ開けていませんでしたね。開けてみましょう。
Natsuhi took the Western-style envelope and just pulled a letter opener out of a drawer in the study desk and handed it to her. While watching her open it, George Nikki grimaced slightly. After all, it was a letter left at the site where his parents had been murdered. There was a good chance that its contents would say something unbearable to Aniki. It seemed that Natsuhi also realized that. She glanced over the contents first without reading aloud. We were a little frightened that she might grimace after reading something shocking. She just frowned unhappily.
内容は何と？
不愉快な一文があります。私たちを挑発するつもりなのでしょう。
Aunt Natsuhi, after deciding that the contest could be shown to the children, set it open on a table. Everyone stared at it at the same time.
我が名を称えよ。
The third twilight.
なんだよこれ。うっせえぜ。
ベアトリーチェの勝ち名乗りみたいなものだろうね。そう。
大方また怪しげな魔法陣でも出てくるのを期待してたんだろう。
魔法陣ではなかったけどね。想像は裏切られなかったよ。
どういう意味でしょう。自分の存在を誇示したいのでしょうか。
It's concerning the epitaph.
そう考えるのが妥当でしょう。この手紙で初めて私たちは昨夜の手紙の主が犯人であると理解できる。
That might not be the case, actually.
ここに書かれている内容よりも昨夜と同じ封筒でというところに意味があるものと思います。
I have a theory. I'd say at the end.
封筒も風浪も間違いなく親方様が使われていたものです。
おお、もう私には何が何だか分かりませんよ。
Okay, let me say now. The first letter was not written by the culprit. The second letter was written by the culprit. Last night, the letter was delivered to Maria was from Kinzo challenging the culprit. The culprit responded in kind by killing 6 people, finding the ring, and then killing Kinzo, Eva, Hideyoshi, and using the letter. So basically they fashioned this letter this morning. When they killed Kinzo this morning, they were able to get into the room through the window, maybe. Or maybe just through the door. Eva lied. Eva was in cahoots with the culprit. Then they had a falling out, and then the culprit killed Eva. Or maybe they were planning to betray Eva all along. Eva was dead. Hideyoshi died. Kanon, who also could have been a part of it, was angry that Shannon died when she shouldn't have died because she was in a mansion instead of being in a guest house. So he confronted the culprit and got killed. That's my theory right now. As for the culprit's identity, it's one of the siblings. Could be Rudolph, could be Rosa, could be Kiri. Could even be Ava still faking her death. Then again, I don't know.
こんなことは後宮のお家にお仕えして以来初めてのことです。
昨日の手紙の言う通りならベアトリーチェは自称じい様の最古の腹心だ。じい様も常々そう口にしてたんですよね。
I directed the question to Genji-san and Kumasawa-san and nodded together.
ってことはじい様の次に詳しいのは源氏さんと熊沢さんってことになる。話してくれないっすか。
私は長いことわざと耳にしなかった話です。ですがこの後に及んではそうも言っていられません。源氏、知っている限りを話しなさい。
Genji-san didn't answer. Did he remain silent despite his knowledge? Did he know nothing at all? Still, I had a good guess. The story of the witch Beatrice had long been defied among the servants. He had probably been very close to grandfather too, and his occult hobbies. So there's a good chance that he'd been indoctrinated with even weirder things, and increasingly come to deify the witch. As grandfather's most trusted servant, who had sworn loyalty to him, he might be the most influenced by the witch's illusion that grandfather had created. So there was only one reason for Genji-san to remain silent. He could say it, but it would definitely cause a backlash. so it was better if he kept his mouth shut. And it wasn't like he wouldn't believe him anyway. Something along those lines. Only a short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak bluntly and unstrainedly. That had earned her a scuffle with Jessica. It was natural for Genji-san to run, to keep his silence. His mistress. That could be possible. For ordinary poor people, polygamy is only viewed negatively from a moral perspective. It's also an unmaintainable financial situation. But that isn't the case for the very rich. It's possible for them to have another lover in addition to their real wife. You can't deny the possibility that grandfather had another woman in his life besides grandmother.
かもな。ばあ様は生きてた頃、よく疑ってたらしいぜ。浮気相手がいるってな。私はてっきりそれは、じい様の想像の中の魔女のことを指してるんだとばかり思ってたんだが。
そりゃなんとも面白い話になってきたぜ。源氏さんは俺に言ったよな。ベアトリーチェはこの屋敷ができる以前からじい様に仕えてたって。
お屋敷が竣工したのは昭和27年と聞いています。
ってことはベアトリーチェという人は30年以上も昔からおじい様と連れ添っていたということになるね。
その30年前の愛人、もしくはその縁者や隠し子が何かの恨みがあって何らかの復讐を企んだか。なるほど。洋館ミステリーっぽいありがちなストーリーになってきたじゃねえか。
汚らわしい話ですが一番納得できる筋書きです。どうですか、エンジ。
おそらく親方様に恋愛の感情は終わりになられたでしょう。亡くなられた奥様より愛しておられたに違いありません。
ベアトリーチェってのは何者なんだよ。そして今はどうしてるんだ。
お屋敷ができるより前にお亡くなりになったと聞いています。
Oh shit. So is she like Hanyo? Still living like a ghost somewhere, maybe?
すでに死んでいる?
Because Hanyo was the Oyashiro-sama, right? And now that has passed the torch to Satoko instead. But could it be a similar existence? Maybe a ghost of...
はい、親方様は大層深く悲しまれ、ベアトリーチェ様を蘇らせる方法として、黒魔術に傾倒なさっていったのです。
Okay, that makes more sense.
親方様はベアトリーチェ様を心の底から愛しておられたのです。このような狂気に駆り立てるほどに。
As Genji-san said this, he spread his arms as though asking us to look at this room, filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. We were all at a loss for words. Before this, his black magic hobby was nothing other than creepy, and we had found it impossible to understand what drove him to devote himself to it. Nobody had tried to understand Kinzo, dismissing him as eccentric, who had restored the Ushiromiya family amidst his madness. All that had been on grandfather's mind was the loss of the woman he loved, and the sorrow of being unable to give up on her. Just a few moments ago, this room had seemed creepy, but in that instant, everything about it started making sense. Creepy books, the magic circles, the medicine, all of it. All just because he wanted to revive once more the visage of a single woman who had left this world 30 long years ago.
一度だけ深く酔われた親方様にベアトリーチェ様のお話を 聞かされたことがあります。詳しいことは忘れてしまいましたが、それはもう女の私が聞いて羨むような深い深い愛情でございました。
金蔵さんは後宮家の当主を継いだ時、当時まだ生き残っていた後宮家の長老たちの意向で亡くなった奥さんとの結婚を決められたのです。
つまり後宮家にとって得になる女性との結婚を強制された。
さようです。金蔵さんはお家復興のためだけに当主に据えられ、全ての重責を背負わされたのです。そんな金蔵さんがどこでどういう経緯でベアトリーチェと知り合ったのかは分かりかねます。
それ以上語るのは無粋だな。
That was when grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. How deep that affection must have been was easy to tell just by looking around us. This room was covered with piles upon piles of things having to do with black magic, and grandfather had spent day after long days shut in here, immersing himself in his research and isolated from the outside world, never taking a single day off. You couldn't help but realize how deep grandfather's love for Beatrice was.
私誤解してたよ、源氏さん。
何をでしょうか。
私、使用人の人たちが魔女を問診するのはじい様の気持ち悪い黒魔術趣味に感化されてるからじゃないかってずっと思ってきた。違ったんだな。
Perhaps they had been acting as though at least Beatrice's soul had been restored and existed inside this mansion in order to soothe grandfather's heart. With closed eyes and an expression as though he was remembering something from the distant past, Genji maintained his silence. He probably felt that to confess that would be to betray his one and only master in the most serious way, even though that person was already dead. Beatrice has revived this witch, and she was in the mansion even now. That was his mantra, what he believed in, and what had made others believe. And Genji would take that with him to the grave. This might have been the last service he could offer his master. The legend of the witch, the mysterious tale of Rokkenjima that was still whispered amongst the servants. Its true nature was a sad lie. No, an act of kindness towards his grandfather, who had lost the person he loved above all else.
私はお父様の前で魔女を否定する話を何度か口にした覚えがあります。今ならそれがどれだけお父様を傷つけていたかわかります。
今の僕にならわかるよ。シャノンを蘇らせる方法が黒魔術だというなら、僕は今すぐにもこの部屋の次の主となって研究を始めるよ。
兄貴。
Another strand of tears dripped from George's eyes. Maybe it was infectious. Tears rose to Jessica's eyes too, and she sniffed.
ベアトリーチェは言っていたよ。もうじき蘇ることができる。会うことができる。ベアトリーチェは言っていたよ。もうじき蘇ることができる。会うことができるって。
Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened. In that promised land that glitters gold, she will resurrect all the dead people's souls and revive the love they possessed as well. And I will sleep in a world of peacefulness forevermore.
そう言ったのか。マリアに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは。
信じないよね。
ここにじい様がいたならきっと喜んだろうな。もうじきベアトリーチェが蘇ることにさぞや踊り上がって喜んだろうな。なら俺は信じたぜ。じい様が半生をかけて研究したことで蘇り、愛した女の魂が蘇ったと信じて 寿命を全うできるって言うんなら俺も信じたぜ。
His face, Battler's face, it's so sad and so, oh my god.
バトラー、
一人の女性をずっと愛し続けた気持ちが周りにも伝わり真実となる。それを気遣いと呼べばそれまでだろうけれど、今の僕はあえてそれを魔法と呼んであげたいね。
気遣いじゃないよ、本当に魔法だよ、魔女だよ。やっぱり誰にもベアトリーチェの姿は見えないんだね。
Some time passed as we listened to the sound of the rain. Consider what kind of love and madness must have possessed the owner of this room as he spent half his life here. Oh my god.
女の私から言えば、お父様の純愛の気持ちも少しは理解したいところですが、それではお母様の立つ瀬がありません。
同感だぜ。浮気は浮気、綺麗事にされちゃかなわねえよな。
それもそうだな。ばあ様が気の毒になっちまうぜ。
それでベアトリーチェとおじい様の間に子供がいたなんて話はある？
Keyword Beatrice had been hidden in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect any relative of Beatrice.
いえ、そのような話は聞いたことがありません。
仮にいたとしたら最愛の人の忘れがたみとしてきっと全ての愛情を注ぎ込んだだろうね。それがなく黒魔術に没頭していったなら子供はいなかったと考えるべきなのかな。
そういえばこんな噂を聞いたことがあるぜ。知ってるだろ？じい様が福音の家っていう福祉施設に莫大な援助をしてるって話。
Oh, his human slavery house, you mean?
よしなさい。それはお父様を冒涜する中傷に過ぎません。
教えてくれよ、夏日おばさん。隠し事はなしなのはおばさんもだと思うっすよ。
くだらない話です。お父様はその施設に莫大な援助をし、社会勉強の一環として当家の使用人雇用枠を開放していました。それをお父様に汚らわしい趣味があると吹聴する愚か者がいたというだけの話です。
She's talking about me.
一時期それが黒魔術の生贄にするためだみたいな噂になってさ。
Oh my god, it's worse than I imagined. I thought it was just a human trafficking house, but it's a human death house.
実際いつもこの部屋で怪しげな実験や儀式を繰り返してたわけで、私も半分は信じてたところがあったぜ。
その福音の家出身の使用人ってのは
Kanon and Shannon.
何人かいますが、親族会議中のシフトではシャノンとカノンの2人でした。
To exert Beatrice, he had summoned servants from a welfare institute as sacrifices.
確かにじい様が使用人として選ぶのはいつもシャノンやカノン君くらいの若い子ばかり。私だってじい様には妙な趣味があるに違いないって信じてたぜ。
Just say he was a pedo, just like George is a pedo.
ジェシカ、言葉を慎みなさい。
When Aunt Natsuhi scolded her, the atmosphere instantly went sour, and everyone fell quiet. However, something was tugging at the back of our minds. Sacrifices, sacrifices, sacrifices brought over from the gospel house. What is it? Tricky words like sacrifice don't pop often. Yet I seen or heard that word somewhere recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. Come on, Beatrice. What do you know? The epitaph. I had arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as vast as one in the entrance hall, but that portrait, which he must have had drawn by some famous painter, was still just as intimidating as this in this smaller size. Below it, just like in the entrance hall, As the Epitaph said to point out the place where the gold was hidden. Finally realizing it.
生贄だ。
なんだよバトラ、急に気持ち悪いこと言うなよ。
生贄を6人。
Both of my eyes opened as wide as plates. Right there, everything had been predicted since the very beginning. Everyone crowded around. The same expressions of terror filled every face. Yes, it was written in the epitaph. The first twilight sacrificed the sixth chosen by the key.
間違いない。最初に死んだのは6人だ。そしてシャッターに書かれた魔法陣じゃねえ、ヘブライ語でも生贄を捧げると書いてあった。
おお、マリアは最初からそう言ってる。
That's right, Maria had said in the very beginning. Right after we found the 6 bodies, when Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she had said it. Ooh, killer not human. It's the sacrifices chosen by the key. Man, this music is amazing as well.
これは黄金の隠し場所なんかじゃねえ。黒魔術か何かの復活の儀式の手順なんだ。確かこの碑文には大勢の死が必要になるはず。
確かにざっと読むだけでも 6+2+5 で13人は死ななくちゃならないことになってるぜ。
Shit.
普段はこの島には何人いるんですか？
使用人のシフトにもよるでしょうが、お父様、夫に、私にジェシカ、そして使用人が 2,3 人。昨日今日は5人いてもらってますが、普段はそこまでいません。
ってことはだ、この儀式を実行しようとしたら普段じゃ生贄が足らないってわけだ。
So they need to carry out during the family conference.
いや違うぜ。じいさまは福音の家から不気味な儀式の生贄にするために使用人を取ったという噂。
つまりなんだよ、生贄の人数を増やすために使用人を増やし、さらに人数が集まる年に一度の親族会議はこの儀式を執り行える年にたった一度唯一のタイミングだったってことじゃねえか。
When Jessica screamed this, Maria broke out that creepy laugh, looking truly pleased.
人は運気を試すためにある種の確率に願掛けをすることがない？
Throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands the right side up, tomorrow will be sunny. Or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if a coin lands on heads. There are many little superstitions like that. If you're fed up at how nothing is going right for you, and you happen to roll some dice and get 3 6s, it'll probably make you want to believe that it's a sign of some miracle. Flipping a sandal, you might have a worst 50. You have a worst at 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that's a small miracle.
魔術にもそういう考えはあるんだよ。限りなくありえない出目を期待してひたすらに祈祷を続ける。そうして蓄えられた祈祷の念は奇跡の出目が現れた時魔力をもって具現化される。おじいさまがしようとした魔術は多分そういうもの。鍵が無作為に選ぶ生贄の抽選、それに万が一自分が当たることがないようにこの島に最も人が多くなる日を選んで儀式を実行した。
バカバカしい。これらが全て怪しげな魔法の儀式の過程で起こった事件だと言い出すのですか。
Natsuhi yelled. She couldn't stop thinking fearfully about how she might have been protected just because of that scorpion charm. If I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it for my doorknob, would I have been killed being one of those 6? The strangest part, even though I hung it for the charm from the inside of my door, they couldn't go through the door. Oh, fuck me. Oh, no way. Still. Oh, shit. How do I explain this? Maybe they opened the door and saw the keychain and then closed the door again. Natsuhi seems to have a lot of headaches, so she might have slept. Killer had noticed the charm from outside the door and had given up on trying to open the door. A human couldn't have perceived that. Charm meant to stop someone that wasn't not human. Had done just that. Impossible. Impossible. Impossible.
だが夏日さん、確かに碑文の内容はその後をなぞっとる。
第二の晩に残されし者は寄り添う二人を引き裂け。これはエヴァ様たちのことを指しているのでしょうか。
悔しいけどそうだと判断せざるを得ない。そして母さんたちを殺した犯人は続く第三の晩の言葉を手紙に書き、その場に残したんだからね。
そうだな。第二の晩を実行し、第三の晩をその場に残した。第三の晩はまさにさっき夏日おばさんが読んだ通りだぜ。
The third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. No, I read it. Just keeps going on, doesn't it? On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and kill. George Niki's parents were killed with the demon's icepicks gouged their heads. But if that counted as the second twilight, someone else must be gouged in the head. That was Kinzo.
じいさまだ。焼却炉の中で焼かれてたから、そっちに目がいっちまって気づかなかったが、じいさまも眉間に、いや頭をえぐられてた。
じいさまが第四の晩の犠牲者。じゃあカノン君は
第五の晩に胸をえぐりて殺せ。カノン君については犯人との突発的な遭遇による犯行だと思ってたけど、違う。誰か一人をおびき出し胸を貫くことを初めから狙っていたんだ。
もし犯人がこれをなぞっているとしたなら、また3人が死ななければならないというのですか。
On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill.
確かにそう読み取れますけど。
But on the ninth twilight, everyone dies.
いや、そいつはどうかな。あと3人が死ねば、
Yep.
第9の晩になる。見てみろよ。
The ninth twilight, the witch revives, none shall be left alive.
私たちはベアトリーチェにみんな殺される。
わけがわかんねえ。結局何人いようが最後には全員死ぬってことじゃねえか。じいさまは何が持ってきたったんだ。この儀式じゃ。じいさま自身何をどうしたって生き残れねえじゃないか。
誰も生き残れなくていいんだよ。第10の晩には黄金鏡にたどり着く。
On the 10th twilight, the journey ends, and you shall reach the home of gold. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures.
おじいさまは死を恐れてなんかいなかったんだよ。ほら、4つの宝の2番と3番を見てごらんよ。
一つは全ての死者の魂を蘇らせ、一つは失った愛すらも蘇らせる。つまりおじいさまは自分がこの儀式の途中で死んでしまってもやがては復活できると信じてた。
バカバカしいぜ。妄言だぜ。死んだらそれまでだろ。死者は生き返らない。人類が何千年もかけて追い求め、結局は未だに成し遂げられない奇跡だぜ。つまりこういうことだろ。死後の世界で再会できて蘇ることができるとか、そういう類だろ。
ジェシカの言い分通りだとするなら、こいつはつまり老い先短いじい様が恋に狂っての自殺まがい、いや壮大な無理心中ってことなのか。
天智、その可能性は考えられるのですか。
わかりません。親方様は時に1000年の未来を見越されるほどの聡明なお方です。しかし凡庸な私にはそれが狂気としか映らないこともあります。
それってイエスって意味だよな。熊沢さんはどうなんだよ。
私は何も知りません。知りませんとも。知っていたなら今日この島にいると思いますか。手病でも何でも使ってお休みしていますよ。
おじい様の長年の友人である南條先生のご意見は。
源氏さんに同じです。金蔵さんは凡人をはるかに超越した方だった。そこにある種の人間離れした力すらも感じることはありました。私にも金蔵さんが何を考えてこの碑文を残されたのかわからない。
一つだけ言えるのは、仮にこの筋書きを作ったのがお父様であっても実行しているのは別の人間だということです。
And it's one of the siblings trying to break free, following the epitaph.
確かに少なくともじい様とカノン君を襲った犯人は他にいる。しかもそいつはこの碑文通りまだ事件を続けようとしている。
僕たちが深く考えなかった最初の手紙、あれにはなんて書いてあっただろう。
Thought back to the recitation of the letter last night. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside the letter. She proclaimed that in accordance to the contract with Kinzo, she should collect everything of the Ushiromiya family as interest. But then she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. At the time the letter had been read, grandfather was still alive. But at the time it had already been sealed with wax by the head spring. Which meant that grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice while he was still alive. If you think about it straightforwardly, you should probably take that to mean that Beatrice is carrying out the strange contract. Grandfather is securing her that right. Simply put, it was the same as saying that grandfather knew of and approved of the contents of that letter. In other words, it's as though it's a joint message from Beatrice and grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. In short, grandfather and Beatrice were telling us to solve the Epitaph's riddle. And if we couldn't, they were saying they would kill us all, following the procedure of the Epitaph. What meaning is there to that? What do they want? We don't have a clue what that means. What it means.
ほら、ベアトリーチェからまた手紙だよ。
What the fuck?
なんだって？
Maria was pointing at the top of the table, where the canned food and everyone had been eating was just now still lay. A Western-style envelope was sitting there, but so what? Fucking hell. Natsuhi let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hands and the table, because the envelope that she had just opened was still grasped in her hands. And despite that, there's an envelope on the table. Shit. Maria had another one.
どういうことだよ、マリア。その封筒はどこから出てきたんだ。
Magic, she's gonna say.
今見たら置いてあった。
私は何も知りませんよ。何も。
冗談じゃねえ。ここには俺たち8人しかいねえんだぞ。 9人目がこっそり忍び込んでいたなんてこともあるわけがねえ。俺たちがちょいと肖像画の前に集まっていたわずかの隙しかないんだぞ。
全員下がりなさい。壁へ下がりなさい。
Shit. This is what the culprit wanted. While Natsuhi was pointing the rifle at Genji and the others, bellowing at them. Genji's son was overpowered, his face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course I felt the same. After a few moments later, I reached the same conclusion all Natsuhi had. Till a few seconds ago, there was no letter like this on the table, and nobody had entered the room. It meant that someone among us placed it there during a few seconds where everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait.
バトラ君、この封筒を開けて中身を読んで。
I picked up the envelope, still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized this was an unopened envelope. An unknown envelope. Without relying on a letter opening, I violently tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. The contents were as follows.
金蔵様の碑文の謎をお楽しみいただいているでしょうか。
Ew, that's a new voice actress. Oh no. Does Beatrice actually exist? No shit.
すでにご存知と思いますが、皆様方には時間が多くは残されてはおりません。どうか嵐が過ぎ去れば逃げ出すことができるという甘えをお捨てくださいませ。このゲームには私と皆様方のどちらが勝つかの結果しかない。時間切れは私の勝ちとなる。
Ah, that's a fucked up game.
引き分けはありません。そこをどうか誤解なきようお願い申し上げます。
って内容だぜ。
この手紙を誰が置いたかは明白ではありません。ですが疑わしき人物を絞ることはできました。あなたたちです。
奥様、それはあんまりにございます。
私は肖像画の前に行く直前、ここに缶詰を置きました。その時このような怪しげな手紙は決して置かれていなかったことを確認しています。そしてその時すでにジェシカとジョージ君、バトラ君は肖像画の前にいた。そして彼らはこの手紙が現れるまで肖像画の前を離れていない。つまりあなたたち4人の中にその手紙を置いた人物がいる。
It could also be Natsuhi.
ベアトリーチェがいる。
おお、ベアトリーチェはマリアたちじゃない。ベアトリーチェはいるもん。
お黙りなさい。あなたたちの中の一人が疑わしいのか全員が疑わしいのか分かりません。
It's definitely Maria who got the letter out, but you shouldn't jump to kill her right now. Come on, just don't do that.
しかし確実にあなたたちの中に犯人が混じっている。
No, the culprit is outside. As I said before, there isn't a 19th person. However, there's like only what, 8 people remaining? There's someone else that's still alive.
そうだぜ。19人目なんかいるわけがない。魔女なんかいるわけがないんだ。カノン君を殺したのだって。そうさ、熊沢さんなら説明できるよ。熊沢さんは本当はカノン君と一緒にボイラー室に入り殺したんだ。そして後から来たらもう倒れていたと嘘をついた。
誤解です、お嬢様。私がなぜそのようなことを。
母さんたちをどうやってあの密室で殺したのかは見当もつかない。でも母さんたちが殺された時、使用人の人たち以外の全員にはアリバイがあった。なかったのは使用人の人たちだけ。でも本当に疑ってもいいんだろうか。
確かにそれを言い出したら全ての件でアリバイはないが、
she would really be so quick to make that judgment. But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious. Only one of the four of them could have set the letter there, in our blind spot. You can't tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of them four did it.
夏日さん、どうか落ち着きなさい。今日一日いろいろなことがあった。心が参っているのはよくわかります。
南條先生をお疑い申し上げるのは非常に心苦しいです。ですが、お父様の主治医として、唯一無二の親友として、長くお父様と共にあられた。ベアトリーチェのことも知っているかもしれない。何かの古いしがらみを知っていて隠しているのではありませんか？
そんなはずはない。落ち着きなさい。
It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frankly pleading his innocence. It was probably a normal reaction that anyone would give if they were suspected. Masawa was the same. Since Jessica had started suspecting her in the murder of Kanon, she was not totally flustered. That was why Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold. Natsuhi pointed the barrel of the gun.
Genji, あなたはお父様の一番の部下です。ベアトリーチェとはあなたがお父様に見せた幻想で、あなたこそがその実行者だったのではないのですか？
そうお疑いいただけるのは、奥様が私を親方様の一番のしもべだとお認めいただけたということ。このような場ではありますが、とても名誉なことだと存じます。しかしこの手紙を置いたのは私ではありません。
それを私が鵜呑みにできると思いますか？お前が首謀者に決まっています。あるいは熊沢も南條先生もその共犯かもしれない。マリアちゃんもです。
Oh, not Maria. Come on, not Maria. She was the one who put the letter. But, come on. She's being manipulated. She's being brainwashed. Come on. She's not assisting in the murders whatsoever. Not content to doubt just the adults. Natsuhi pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria, too. Come on, she's just 9. Fuck me, dude. Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Maybe she thought she would be fine even if she was shot.
マリアちゃん、今この場ではもう幼いから疑いの枠から外すという段階にない。だから誰もが昨夜からずっと持ってきた疑問をもう一度ぶつけさせてもらいます。昨日バラ庭園であなたに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは誰です？マリア、ごまかすんじゃねえぜ。
She's going to say Beatrice again and again and again.
この際はっきりさせろ。
Doesn't matter.
お前に手紙を渡したのは誰なんだよ。
だから何度も言ってるよ。ベアトリーチェだよ。1000年を生きる黄金の魔女なんだよ。姿を知りたければ後ろを振り返ればいい。ほらそこにいるよ、ベアトリーチェが。
バカにしてんのかってめえ。
Come on, Jessica. Fuck you, Jessica.
よせジェシカ、マリアもよせ。状況が分かってんのか。そんなこと言って何になるってんだ。無意味な挑発はよしやがらってんだ。
マリアには分かんないよ。バトラたちは誰が犯人ならいいの？自分たちの中に犯人がいると信じたくない時だけベアトリーチェを信じて、親しい人を殺された恨みを晴らしたい時だけ暴力をぶつけられる人間の犯人を信じたがってベアトリーチェを否定する。だから見えないんだよ。ベアトリーチェはいる。お前たちには見えない。
黙りなさい。あなたが犯人だと決めつけたくはありませんが、この状況を不愉快にさせて楽しんでいる利的行為者であることはもはや疑いの余地もありません。な
らどうするの？マリアを撃つ？別にいいよ。もうすぐ黄金鏡の扉が開かれる。そして全ての死者がよみがえる。今や死は恐れるべきことではないんだよ。
母さん、やっぱりこいつは怪しいよ。一緒になんかいられないよ。
でも夏日おばさん、どうか落ち着いて。マリアちゃんを撃つ理由は何もない。どうか冷静に。手紙は挑発するけど何も恐れることはない。 犯人だって明日が怖いんだ。警察が怖いんだ。この島は今無秩序に支配されているけれど、それは台風で隔離されているからだけに過ぎない。台風が過ぎれば秩序が戻ってくる。だからおばさん、撃っちゃいけない。
なんでジョージ兄さんはそんなにも冷静なんだよ。この4人の中に犯人がいる。いや、あるいは4人が全員来るかもしれない。この中にエヴァおばさんたちを殺した犯人がいるかもしれないってのに、なんでそんなに冷静なんだよ。
僕だって犯人を見つけて殺してやりたい気持ちはあるさ。でもそれは単なる蛮行だ。僕は罪の裁きを秩序に任せる。だからどんなに疑わしくても引き金を引いてはいけないんだ。
ジョージの兄貴に同じだ。夏日おばさん、ここはちょいと冷静になろうぜ。とにかく撃つのはまずいぜ。こういう時はよ、頭を後ろに反らしてクールになれって3回唱えるといいらしいぜ。
はっきりさせておきます。魔女などいない。ここはロッケン島で、ここは後宮家の本家屋敷です。後宮家代表後宮夏日として宣言します。ここには魔女などいない。ベアトリーチェなど認めない。何を企もうとも娘たちには指一本触れさせない。それが母としての、当家代表としての務めです。
Those words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. To protect her daughter, Aunt Natsuhi would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason George Aniki and I were standing on this side was because, by coincidence, we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached the portrait, I too maybe have been on the other end of that gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was thinking that chasing all of them suspicious people from this room would finally guarantee our safety. Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Dr. Nanjo, all of them were on grandfather's side. You could even say that Maria was on grandfather's side, since she had a blind belief in Beatrice. That's right, they are all suspicious. But is this really alright? This is really alright for us to fight back against the lawlessness of the witch by throwing all of the suspicious people, all the suspicious ones without due process. Natsuhi didn't tell them to leave with her own words, but with wordless pressure. She was inducing them to say that themselves. So, if Dr. Nanjo hadn't said those words, this cold silence would surely have continued forever.
落ち着きなさい、夏日さん。だが気持ちはよくわかる。わしだって今朝からの異常な事件続きで頭がどうかなってしまいそうだ。だからわしらを疑いたい気持ちもよくわかる。
もし本当に南條先生が無関係なら、私は無礼極まりないことをしているのだと思います。ですが、今だけは分かってください。
分かった。わしらは部屋を出ましょう。どうですかな、源氏さん。客間に戻ってチェスの続きといきませんかな。
それをお望みでしたらぜひ。
私は嫌ですよ。だってこの中に狼がいると分かってて部屋から追い出されてしまうんですよ。嫌ですよ、奥様。どうかお許しください。
Well, what Kumasawa-san was trying to say made total sense. She was innocent and she was being ejected into dangerous territory along with the culprit. In the current situation, pressing her to leave this room along with the other suspects was almost exactly as letting her get killed. However, Kumasawa-san really was suspicious just for being the first one to discover that Kanon had been murdered. At that time, everyone except Kumasawa-san had an alibi. As long as the use of some trick or the existence of some 19th person could not be established, Kumasawa-san was one of the most likely suspects by far. God damn it. As I said before, the culprit is outside. of these four, it's not a 19th person, but it's not one of them either. It's one of the people that were already dead. I didn't want to believe it. However, Natsuhi and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help doubting any of them, Kumasawa-san included. So we didn't say anything to stop Natsuhi from trying to oppressively chase them from the room. We had stopped her from shooting. When it came to exiling them from the room, we were passively agreeing. Maria spoke to the still fretful Kumasawa-san.
大丈夫だよ。ベアトリーチェは敬う人には優しいから。熊沢さんはベアトリーチェがいるって信じてるもん。だからきっと大丈夫だよ。マリアは客間でテレビを見るよ。一緒に見ようよ。ここ、テレビがなくてつまんないもん。
I thought you'd like the black magic books. It looked like Kumasawa found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening. However, the three other people had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't fight the flow and had to agree, crying as she left the room.
それでは夏日さん、今夜はこれで。また明日お会いしましょう。
今夜だけは分かってください。警察が来たら全員に今夜のこの無礼を必ず謝罪しますから。チェスもよろしいでしょうか。できたら安全なところに。
That's hypocritical.
頼みます。
That's so hypocritical. That's so hypocritical of Natsuhi.
かしこまりました。
仕方ありませんね。子連れの熊が一番恐ろしいと言いますから。
源氏も熊沢も本当に申し訳ありません。また明日お会いしましょう。マリアちゃんも冷たいおばさんをどうか許して。
うん、マリアは許す。
奥様、この部屋の鍵です。2本すべてをお預けします。
Genji-san pulled the two golden keys from his pocket and handed them to Natsuhi.
それから私が持っているお屋敷内の鍵束もお預けいたします。
Well, this is a sign of respect, a sign that he isn't the culprit. He took out a bundle of about 10 keys of various shapes and handed it over to the servants. Those keys were probably proof of their position. Being placed in the charge of those keys meant that they were trusted, relied upon. Being forced to return them meant they had lost their trust. Thinking about this way, there could be no greater humiliation for Genji-san, who had served here for all these years. However, his usual indifferent expression remained on his face.
源氏、私はお前をお父様がお亡くなりになったら長年の苦労をねぎらって退職を許すつもりでいました。なのにこのような仕打ちを私は心より恥じます。
私は親方様より今日までの日々はそれに対するご恩返しの日々であっただけです。どうかお気にやまれませんよ。
それでは参りますかな。皆さんおやすみなさい。
おやすみ。バトラもおやすみ。
She really likes you, Battler. Come on. Can you go with them, Battler? Come on, be the main character. Come on, Battler, go with them. Just be courageous for once. You don't have anything anymore. Rudolph's dead. Kyrie is dead. Your grandparents are dead. You don't have anything anymore. Just protect Maria at least. Come on. Natsuhi can protect Jessica and George. You can protect Maria. Just run away with her. Come on.
マリア、
ちょっと待て。
Guilt made me call Maria back. I groped around in my pocket and took out the scorpion key holder. Oh, you said you didn't have it.
これ、魔除けなんだろ。身につけとけ。
おー、バトラー、確か落としてなくしたって。
あん時は、なんか尺になって、なくしたとかホラ吹いただけだ。
Oh. Okay, Battler. You even lied to me. You even manipulated me. I feel a little bit sad.
お前の大切なお守りを、なくすわけねえだろ。
Oh, okay, Oh man, Battler is just the best boy. Come on. There's no way that he isn't the best boy. Natsuhi lost her position as Batgirl this episode. Jessica also synced.
Oh.
Maria silently took the charm. Oh man, this is so fucking sad. No, I don't want Maria. Okay, Maria has the charm. Maybe they'll leave her alone. Come on, Battler, just go with her. Just don't know. Maybe run out the rain with her. This mansion is dangerous. This mansion, just go to the guest house with her. Come on, Battler, you can do it. Come on, Battler, just don't let Maria die. Come on, Battler. Just go with her to the fucking parlor. Just fuck. Just go to the guest house with her. Just don't let Maria die. I wasn't able to say anything after that.
それでは皆様、おやすみなさいませ。
Don't let Maria die, man. Come on, Battler, just fuck. I don't care about Natsuhi, Jessica, or George. Just don't let Maria die, man. Unable to respond. We watched them leave. My expression's completely tired out. Fuck me, man. Just fuck. Don't let Maria die. Oh no. Until the door closed, we heard the auto lock. We were unable to even draw the next breath. Then, when I was finally allowed to take a breath, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I had been gripping the whole time, and which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. The paper had been tightly stuck together, so I had mistakenly thought that it was only one. There was nothing written at all. The second sheet. I think it was that wasn't magic circle. Reddit blood. Maria would have been able to say what it was. Shit. Just like how every magic circle up until then had different shit that had been different. This magic circle was one that I had never laid eyes upon. Inside the circle, a large triangle and a small triangle were fit together with simple design. But just as before, there was writing in Hebrew. It seemed clear that it had some kind of meaning. Come on, just go after Maria, come on. I want to know what it could be. Just chase Maria out. The only person who can understand the meaning of the magic circles out of the room. Come on, Battler. Just run. Fuck me. You have nothing to lose anymore, Battler. Just keep Maria safe, man. I thought of the magic circles. Second set of messages from Beatrice. What does this one mean? Damn it. Just go after Maria, man. We've chased out all the suspicious people. Now all we have done is to stay barricaded here until morning, and then everything will be over. Yes, basically. At least until the 8th twilight, where 13 people die. Only you guys will remain alive until the 9th twilight one, where you guys will pass away. Once the typhoon had passed, when the seagulls cry, will everything be resolved? But the letter had unexpectedly appeared in the study, rejected the naivety. It had made very clear that if time ran out, it would mean victory for the witch. If time runs out, the witch planning to take on the offensive. Is she finally planning to display some fearful magical power? Maybe something that could be used to kill 6 adults at once. Wait, when is time supposed to run out? When before the typhoon ends, my guy? I don't know anything.
これでもう安全です。
Maria just has her little charm with her. Could she just put it on the... If she puts it on the door knob. But then again, Kinzo died, and he was in this room. We can't be certain that it's Beatrice, just a person acting as though Beatrice acting. No, Natsuhi, you're just deluding yourself. Even as she said that, Natsuhi couldn't stop gripping that rifle. There was no release from the tension of her expression. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief yet. Maria, man, Maria. Come on, battler. At least not until we could hear the cries of the seagulls once more. Fucking Maria, man. I've been recording for more than 3 hours now. Should I just go and finish everything? I think I just finish everything, I guess. I think it's going... I read it as like 17, 16 chapters. I think this is the last one. After we chased them out, nobody said another word. We had exiled all the suspicious ones. Even though we had known there might be some innocents among them, we had exiled them all the same. We had chased them out of this paradise, where people didn't have to doubt each other. However, our motive for chasing them out had been suspicious of our fellow men. Worst kind of crime for a human. I'm not going to theorize anymore. I'm so fucking sad right now. If we had been able to accept the existence of a 19th person, the witch, then we might be still talking face to face, trusting in each other, just going to read everything. I'm so fucking sad right now. In that instant, we had all agreed to chase out all the suspicious people. But had that been the right thing to do? During this endless silence, we could do nothing but quietly be tormented by that sin. Natsuhi was facing the door, seated all the way back in her sofa, laying go over her rifle. For even an instant, she'd probably spend the night staring at the door without a wink of sleep. George Aniki was gazing through the gap of the closed curtains by the window, looking down at the courtyard and the mansion that surrounded it. Either he was checking to see if any suspicious shadows would become visible through the window, whether he was engaged in some deep internal conversation, I couldn't tell. Jessica was sitting at an angle on the sofa next to Natsuhi with a dead expression on her face. And every once in a while, as though she just remembered something, she would take out an inhaler that she had used during her asthma attack and stick it in her mouth. I just heard it from Maniki, but apparently Jessica liked Kanon and got that from. She really got upset. It seemed that it was such a vague thing that she hadn't realized it herself. You know, it's the kind of thing that other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. In that case, she might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died. In her own hands, she was caring for him. It was truly pitiful and sad. Still, that outburst with Maria was really bad. Come to think of it, Kanon had been the one to hand her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. I'm just hoping for a Higurashi type of deal where people can move timelines and shit like this doesn't need to happen anymore. As for me, I was fishing around grandfather's study, thinking I'd research the meaning of the magic circle on the second sheet of the letter. Even though we were sure they were in a defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to keep up the offenses, find some key to all of this. We had plenty of time until tomorrow morning anyway. No matter what I do with that time, no one can find fault with it. No one else showed that much interest in this magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some message that would cause us unnecessary anguish. I also agreed about this. However, I still couldn't let it go, so I killed time pretending to research it.
熱心だね。
Battler feels guilt about Maria.
何か手がかりになるようなことは見つけられたかい？
さっぱりさ。そもそも日本語で書かれた本を探すことからして骨だぜ。じい様は一体何カ国語を読めたってんだ。大したもんだぜ。
バトラ君は眠くないの？誰かが起きていてくれてるうちに休んだ方がいいよ。夏日おばさんは寝ず番をしてくれると言ってるけど、体が持つわけない。ローテーションで休んだ方がいいよ。
じゃあ兄貴が先に休めよ。俺は眠気が来るまでちょいと調べ物をしてるさ。
さっきの魔法陣？
うん。まあな、どうせ時間は腐るほどあるさ。ベアトリーチェ様がどういうメッセージを込めやがったのか、面白そうだと思ってよ。
よせよ。そういうのやってると妙なのに取りつかれちまうぜ。
安心しろよ。俺はマリアにお墨付きをもらってるぜ。俺には霊的才能は活気しなんだとよ。
マリアのこと邪険にしすぎたかな。
Of course you fucking were, you come on, she's just 9. She was abused by her mother. I don't know, abused, manipulated by the culprit, and then you guys fucking gang up on her. And then you let her die, you leave her to die with the others.
ジェシカ、今はそれを考えてはなりません。
でも母さん。
Jessica, you're such a fucking hypocrite.
もしもマリアが無関係で、犯人が他にいたなら、犯人は襲いやすい相手を狙うに決まってる。それで殺されたなら、私たちは見殺しにしたことになるよ。
Of course you did. Fucking hell. At least she has the charm. I don't know if the culprit is going to keep up appearances this late into the game. A gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jessica regretted that she let her emotions take hold of her and snapped at Maria. Too late. She was always like that. Always acted tough, went too far, and regretted it later.
気持ちはわかりますが、 マリアは犯人と接触し、こともあろうか、その肩を持つように煙に巻く発言を繰り返しています。私はこの部屋から追い出せて清々しています。
夏日おばさんって結構きついっすね。9歳の女の子のザレ言かもしれないじゃないっすか。
Even I thought I was being brazen by saying that. Myself, I thought Maria was creepy on several occasions today, and I had doubted her true nature. When Maria had been chased out of his room, I couldn't deny that I felt some relief. Come on, Battler. Don't do this to Maria.
もしそうだったなら、明日謝罪します。彼らをこの部屋から追い出したのは、すべて私の責任です。だから、あなたたちが気に病むことはないのです。
I could feel a tragic determination, not Natsuhi's words. To protect her own daughter, she would resolutely chase out the suspicious ones. And if as a result she had left to die those people who had the misfortune to be suspected, so be it. She was prepared to take full responsibility.
なんでマリアってあんなことばかり言うんだよ。
Because she's being brainwashed, manipulated by the culprit to believing those sort of stuffs.
自分で自分の首を絞めてるぜ。
もともとマリアちゃんが魔女や魔法に傾倒するようになったのは、
She's bullied, she's abused. Come on, you can guess why.
僕はローザおばさんのせいじゃないかと思って。
Yeah, she's abused. She's an abused child. And you guys don't understand that.
ローザおばさんのせい？何がどう関係してるってんだよ。
Because she hits her every time.
バトラ君だって気づいてるんじゃないかい。マリアちゃんの本当の父親はずいぶん昔に蒸発してるんだ。おばさんはそれを海外出張とか言ってごまかしているけどね。
後宮家ではローザさんたちに関わる話はタブーとされているところがあります。
おばさんは再婚だって考えたと思うよ。でもマリアちゃんの存在が枷になって非常に難しかったんじゃないかと思うんだ。だっておばさんは時折ものすごく感情的にマリアちゃんに当たっていたから。
And George rationalized it all. Man.
それについては同感だぜ。
The only ones I like in this room are Natsuhi and Battler. The rest can just go fucking disappear right now. Fucking god.
ローザおばさんはマリアを好きになろうと努力してるように見えた。ってことはつまり好きじゃないってことなんだよな。
Fuck, nobody's in Maria's corner.
再婚の妨げになっているマリアに思うところがあったんだろうよ。
No one is in Maria's corner. She's just getting...
母親の感情的な拒絶がきっと彼女の幼い心に深い傷を残したと思うんだ。そしてどこかでオカルト趣味と出会い、心の隙間を埋めるように没頭していく。
Nobody's in Maria's corner, and only the culprit offered kindness, I guess. Offered the umbrella as a gesture. Fucking... Come on, Battler, you should have done something.
知ってるかい？マリアちゃんにとって魔女のイメージは決してネガティブなものじゃないんだよ。
Again and again, to not leave Maria alone on this rose garden. Said again and again not to leave Maria alone when she left here. You guys are doing all wrong.
ほら、昨日海岸でマリアちゃんのノートを見せてもらわなかったかい？
ああ。
I'm still crying a bit.
なんだか楽しそうな落書きでいっぱいだったぜ。
Yesterday, when we had doubted the witch down by the beach, Maria had gotten all riled up and started explaining about witches. And not one of those pages had shown a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. Come on. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were beings adorned with beautiful dresses, who could grant anyone's dreams with their mysterious magic, who made everyone happy. The sorrow of not being loved by her mother. And Maria sought salvation from the witches as beings who could save her from sorrow and make her happy. make her happy. Someday a witch would come, and using her wonderful magic would bring Maria happiness. Yeah, nobody was in her corner, so what else? She got this story of Beatrice from the Ushiromiya family and just ran with it. That's it. Even though she believed that, as she grew older, she had to face reality as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. And then she was sliced to ribbons by you guys. Not only by her mother, but you guys rejected her as well. If in front of a girl like that, everyone rejected her. Something claiming to be the witch of Rokkenjima appeared and whispered that she would take Maria to the Golden Land where Maria could be happy.
僕は今頃になって胸中を告白するよ。マリアちゃんを、いや、源氏さんたちを追い出したのは多分いけないことだったんじゃないかな。
Too late, too little, too late, George.
気まずくはあるぜ。
Since Jessica had been the one to face them, slam them with words of rejection, consciousness would be tormenting her a lot right now. Yeah, you jumped over.
皆さんはあの手紙をどう説明するのですか?
You jumped over a fucking 19-year-old grandma. Thinking that she could have killed Kanon. Come on. Come on, Jessica. You're so fucking emotional sometimes, I guess.
私の後ろにいた4人以外の誰にも置くことはできなかった。それは私がこの目ではっきり確認しています。
Can I just say that I hate George and Jessica right now? Natsuhi is lowering a bit, but still, I love her placement. Jessica and George, who should have been like the main characters, side characters, sidekicks, I guess. They are so bad. I'm sorry. Battler should have gone with Maria.
あの4人が潔白だというなら、どうやってこの密室の8人もの人間がいる中で手紙を置けたというのですか?
Honestly, I would trade everyone's lives except Battler for Maria. For me.
そうなんだよ。その話が始まっちまうと、確かに4人は怪しいってことになっちまう。
For me, if Battler and Maria survive, then that's the happy ending. I don't care about anyone else right now.
だが、全然ダメなんだ。ああ、全然ダメだぜ。
ダメって何がだい？
ああ、もう今さら何の役にも立たないかもしれねえが、またチェス盤をひっくり返させてくれ。つまり、あの4人が本当に犯人だってんならよ、おかしいんだよ。
そうだぜ。あんなテーブルの上に堂々と置いたら、この中に犯人がいますよと告白するようなもんじゃねえか。そうだよ、おかしい。やるなら例えば扉の隙間に置いて廊下側から差し込まれたように見せかけるとか。そうだよ、部屋の外に犯人がいるように見せかけなきゃ自分が疑われてしまうことが分かってたはず。
ああ、そういうことなんだ。あの4人の中に犯人がいたとして、テーブルのど真ん中に手紙をポンと置くことはリスクばかりで何の意味もないんだ。だがどうやってそこに手紙を置いたかのトリックは置いといて、あの4人以外の誰か、すなわちこの部屋の外に犯人がいたと仮定したとき、
Just send them to die.
あの手紙には大きな意味が生まれる。
They could have completed the other twilights with the others that left.
よしなさい、バトラ君。
Fucking shit.
今さら些細な問題です。
Natsuhi quickly guessed what I was getting at. No, maybe she already thought of it long before I had and had simply held her tongue.
この部屋の外に犯人がいて、俺たちが外からは手出しをできない密室に立てこもっちまったらお手上げだ。ああ、そうだよ。この部屋からじいさまがいなくなったって話の時、俺が披露した説じゃねえか。
The ladder was a trap for to split up the group.
じいさまが自分から出ていくという説。自分から出ていくような何かの細工を犯人がして、じいさまが自分から出ていくという説。自分から出ていくような何かの細工を犯人がして、まんまと外へおびき出していたのだとしたら。
Come to think of it, even Maria had said it when we found the scorpion magic circle on the doorknob of the study. Beatrice couldn't get through this door. She might have been able to induce someone to leave their own accord.
だとすると私たちは犯人の罠に見事はまって新しい生贄候補を送り出しちまったことになるぜ。
源氏たちもバカではありません。身を守ろうと思うならこの部屋の次に安全な場所をすぐに思いつくでしょう。そこできっと身を潜めています。
Aunt Natsuhi hadn't answered the question. She herself realized the culprit wasn't in that group. The latter could have easily been a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk of calling back the people she had once thrown out. Well, Natsuhi, right now, her greatest and only duty was to protect the children. And to that end, she was thinking of a few sacrifices, maybe an unfortunate necessity, along with Maria, who's the smallest children of all right now. Fucking 18-year-olds, a 23-year-old there, Maria alone, 9 years old. Fuck you.
なあ、夏日おばさん、きついこと聞くぜ。もしあの時、たまたまジェシカもおばさんの後ろにいたなら、おばさんはこの部屋からジェシカも追い出してたかい？
Of course not. Of course not.
確かに残酷なところはあったかもしれない。でも、夏日おばさんは母として娘を守りきろうと思った。その責務から自分がやがては糾弾されることを覚悟で彼らを追放したんだ。俺は別にそれを責めてえわけじゃねえ。ただジェシカはいいお袋を持ったなって。
そうだね。
俺は別にそれを責めてえわけじゃねえ。ただジェシカはいいお袋を持ったなってそう思ったのさ。
夏日おばさんは朝からずっと続いているこんな事件の中でも冷静さを失わずずっとみんなを牽引してきてくれた。もしおばさんまで混乱していたら僕たちは今頃全員犯人の手にかかっていたかもしれない。だから僕たちはおばさんに感謝しなくちゃいけないと思う。
ありがと
う。バトラたちの言いたいことはつまりこういうことだろう。マリアの母でもあってほしいって。
Maria didn't have a mother. Rosa was abusive and she died. Fuck.
私、マリアのことを実の妹みたいだとずっと思って可愛がってきた。なのにいろんなことがあって。
And you fucking hit her. You literally tried to fight a 9-year-old. Come on.
ひどいことをたくさん言って傷つけてしまった。母さん、お願いだよ。マリアも、みんなも一緒にいようよ。私たちの中に犯人なんていなかったんだよ。この事件の犯人は魔女のベアトリーチェでいいじゃないか。だからもう疑い合うのはやめようよ。
Jessica's regretting far too late into the game. Natsuhi closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with a throbbing headache again, or was she thinking of something?
ジェシカは主人と結婚してから12年もかけてようやく授かった大切な娘です。私はジェシカを守るためなら どのような鬼にでもなります。
That was some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well these were only words. Even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon. But that was because she was tormented by guilt. Today had been so long. So many things had happened in one day, and we were been put under pressure. I've been put under such pressure. I wonder if we had the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. There is.
見つけた。この魔法陣だ。
Within the books I have been constantly flipping through, I have finally found the same magic circle had been drawn on the second sheet of the letter. George and Nikki peered at it as well. The magic circle name was the third magic circle of Mars. The Hebrew written on it was from the Old Testament book of Psalms, Psalm 77, verse 13. What God is so great as our God? The meaning was the magic circle was discord. It agitates internal divisions and causes the enemy to bring about their own downfall.
おいおい、マジかよ。
Would that be more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state? We couldn't help but be stunned into silence.
じゃあこの手紙は罠だってのかよ。どうやってここに置いたんだよ。この部屋には私たち8人以外には誰もいなかったんだぜ。
とにかくどうやってここに置いたのか、その方法は捨ておくぜ。とにかく犯人の狙いはたった一つ。この鉄壁の書斎に疑心暗鬼を引き起こして生贄の羊を俺たちの手で外へ放り出させることだったんだ。だとしたら狙いは外へ出された人たちだ。
母さん、どうしよう。あの4人が危ない。
It wasn't surprising that Auntie Natsuhi remained unpleasantly silent. Even if it was all a trap by the culprits, even if the four of us had been chased out of the room were in danger. It had nothing to do with the safety of the four people in here. And there was no way to prove the innocence of the four people we kicked out. If we were willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. That way is safest. Fuck. Wasn't the telephone. Cut. Just then, all of a sudden, the piercing sound of a phone rang out through the room. It was the antique sequential phone that was set on grandfather's study desk. It had started ringing right as we began this conversation. It was only natural to think that it was SOS from the others that kicked out. Then Aunt Natsuhi spoke.
どうして電話が故障していて使えないはずなのに。
そんなことは関係ねえさ。もしマリアたちが助けを求める電話だったら。
そもそも電話の普通が犯人の工作によるものならば、この電話おそらく。
With that one sentence, the ring of the telephone, which sounded like a scream for help, started to sound like a ghastly summons from an unknown person. Aunt Natsuhi hesitated over whether to pick up the receiver.
トロ、おばさん、何かの理由で電話が回復したのかも。マリアちゃんたちからの緊急の電話の可能性もある。
It's not going to be.
そうだぜ。それに万一犯人からの電話だったらちょうどさ。
It's going to be the culprit. Oh my god, I'm getting shivers.
話を聞いてやろうじゃねえか。それにどうせ電話だ。受話器越しに何をほざいたって痛くも痒くもないぜ。
おばさんが取らないなら俺が取るぜ。
私が取ります。もしもし。
I stretched out my hand to take the receiver. Natsuhi picked up first as if she had it under control. We all held our breath, trying to figure out, well, who the person on the other end was the phone was. It's gonna be the culprit saying bad shit. But for a while, Natsuhi just kept saying hello. A silent phone call. There's no way Maria and the others would do something so creepy. Which means this phone call might possibly really... Natsuhi stopped repeating hello. and strained her ears. But she thought she heard something far away on the other end of the receiver. What was it? Shit. It's Maria.
歌って、何ですか、おばさん。
わかりません。電話の向こうでかすかに。誰かが歌っているのが聞こえます。何のことやら。
ちょっと受話器を借りますぜ。もしもし。
I have forced the receiver from the stun on Natsuhi's hand and pressed it against my ear. First I didn't hear anything. Fuck me, but because I had been told beforehand, I noticed. Not in a quiet voice, but rather far away from the receiver. I could hear a girl singing a song. It's Maria. Another trap with the culprit. The voice sort of sounded like Maria's, but that just made the situation even more inexplicable. At the very least, the one who made that phone call hadn't been Maria. So Maria was singing some song far away from the receiver. In that case, the one who made the phone call should have been Genji-san, Masao-san, or Dr. Nanjo, or the culprit. And yet they weren't saying anything. Why? For what reason? Who was the person who made this phone call?
おい、もしもし、誰だ、返事をしろ。歌ってるのはマリアなのか。返事をしてくれ。
何が起こってんだよ。どういうことだ。
わからねえ。一つ言えることは、多分これは罠で、そしてマリアが危険だってことだけだ。
Natsuhi took the receiver again, but after calling it several more times, she realized she wasn't getting anywhere and hung up. She then dialed quickly and clucked her tongue. Right, the phones are back. We should be able to reach the police. But judging by her reaction, the outside line still wouldn't connect.
行こう。罠かもしれないことは分かってても、行かないわけにはいかない。
ああ、まったくだぜ。ジェシカと夏井おばさんはここにいてくれ。
When Aniki and I tried to dash out, Natsuhi stopped us.
お待ちなさい。あなたたちだけに行かせるわけにはいきません。私も行きます。ジェシカはここで待ちなさい。
私だけのけ者かよ。冗談じゃない。私も行くぜ。
そうだな。その方がいいかもしれねえぜ。電話が俺たちをさらに分散させる狙いがあるってんなら、留守番を残すのは適当じゃねえ。
Man.
議論する暇も惜しい。みんなで行こう。
Natsuhi raised the rifle high, and took the lead. I needed a weapon myself as well. Found a three-pronged candelabra, which looked like it could be used for some strange ritual, and armed myself with it. The spikes hadn't fit the candles on, although they were short. It was almost like a three-pronged spear. Then the four of us left the study. We left the study, which had been the safest place inside the mansion. And so, we have been lured out, despite the fact that we barricaded ourselves in a safe, locked room. And perhaps we were even repeating exactly the same series of events that had led to the grandfather's disappearing from there.
Maria! どこにいるんだよ! 返事をしろ!
I listened closely, but didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast, and the sound of rain even noisier than before, as if the passing typhoon was making its last stand.
マリアちゃんは確か客間でテレビを見たいと言ってたよね。階下に降りてみよう。
そうですね。行ってみましょう。みんなは周りに用心して。
おい。
With all Natsuhi in the center, her rifle ready and her finger on the trigger, we moved in the group, our backs together, checking our surroundings in all directions. As though the power of the magic circle designated to spread discord had brought it all to being. We had split up and furthermore had been dragged into the dangerous territory. In other words, even now at this very moment, we were doing just what the culprit wanted us to do. This was now a strange space where it wouldn't be odd for anything to suddenly occur. While Natsuhi nervously pointed the barrel of gun at every dark spot in the shadow. Felt as though the motion was out of fear rather than caution. but the rifle held in her hand would surely also be a trump card the killer was afraid of.
僕はずっと思ってたんだ。カノン君のように胸にあのアイスピックを突き刺すことは不可能ではないと思う。でも母さんたちのように頭蓋骨を打ち抜いて眉間に突き立てるなんて簡単なことじゃないと思うんだ。
犯人はそれだけバカ力ってことか。
多分あのアイスピックを飛ばす、あるいは打ち込む射出機のような武器があるんだよ。人力だけであれだけ深々と刺突するにはあの絵は短すぎる。
いずれにせよ頭蓋骨を打ち抜くほどに強力です。カノンの傷も肺にまで届いていたそうです。もし相手の姿を見ても決して前に出ないように私の後ろから出てはいけませんよ。
Just not how sinister and frightening was this weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks. And could I do anything to combat it with just a candlestick in my hand? In the first murder, the culprit had probably assaulted 4 of our parents at once as they discussed the inheritance problem in the dining hall. And we also had 4 people. But could have they used poison? Apparently I wasn't the only person thinking this. George, Nikki, Jessica, and of course Natsuhi were stretching their senses to the utmost limit, in the highest and worst stage of tension, slowly advanced one step and then another. Ah, what a sinful people we are we? A world as terrifying as this, and we push Maria and the rest right into the middle of it, just because the seeds of doubt spread by the single letter. We finally reached the first floor. Parlor was just across the hall. Gosh. When we listened carefully, we could hear faintly Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally, as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically, as if she was in music class in school and had been ordered to sing. The song she was singing was just a common folk song, one that everyone has probably sung in school at one time or another. Why, in the middle of the night, alone, with all her heart, over and over? Why? She was ordered to. And when we had just left the study, we called out in loud voices, asking Maria where she was. But this time, no one said even a single word. We hid our breath and the sound of our footsteps, hiding all our senses, and examined everywhere around us, to a neurotic degree as we advanced every step. The door to the parlor was closed, but we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. While Natsuhi put her hand on the handle of the doorknob, George Nikki stopped her.
扉は僕が開ける。夏日おばさんとバトラ君は武器を構えてて。
わかりました。気をつけて。
開けると同時に攻撃してくるかもしれないぜ。ジョージ兄さん、注意して。
じゃあ行くよ。
Tried to open it, but immediately felt the rad resistance of the lock. Natsuhi took the bundle over the keys of the pocket and gave them to George. There were about 10 keys, and none of us had a clue which was which. So this, George had to fumble loudly and test several of the keys. Since we had hidden our footsteps, prepared to make a surprise attack on this room, this felt almost fatal. All the time we could hear Maria's voice from the parlor, singing the same song, over and over. It's like a broken, crazy cassette tape. In the morning, we had been in the room the whole time. All the frightening things had occurred outside that room. So we had to convince ourselves that even if nowhere else could be trusted, that room alone was safe. That baseless impression was quickly falling apart.
開いた。
ありがとう。ジョージ君とジェシカは後ろに下がって。
おばさん、一気に飛び込んで左右に分かれよ。扉を開けてボサッとしてたら例のアイスピックがど真ん中に飛んでくるかもしれねえぜ。
承知しています。いいですか？
やっぱ嫌だって言いてえな。
I read it myself. If they're going to throw ice picks at me, we'll see how like they like this candlestick.
行きます！
Natsuhi and I ran into the door, and as we flew into the parlor, splitting up left and right and searching for the parlor was someone who might be waiting for us. But what our eyes landed upon was an altogether outlandish scene. parlor was stained with blood. This place where we all spent almost the entire day, where we had pressed together to protect ourselves from an unknown malice, had become stained with fresh blood, had become an ocean of blood. On the floor lay Genji, Sawa, and Nanjo. Oh shit. Nanjo, the accomplice, is dead. Their entire body stained bright red blood. But the only way we could identify them was by their clothes. That was because, that's right. This was how the whole tragedy started. Oh, their faces are torn. Their faces were all mashed up like that, and the others in the storehouse, and you couldn't even tell where their eyes and noses were. It was like someone had vulgarly gobbled up a tomato pot stew wrapped in a pie crust, all bloody and sloppy. Wah! And that wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. They were those demon icepicks. They were in Genji's son's torment. Dr. Nanjo's thigh, no, his knee? Yeah, his knee. In the epitaph, the 6th twilight was the stomach, and the 7th twilight had gouged the knee. So after seeing one that's stuck near Kumasawa's Bachan's calf, I couldn't help but masochistically laughing. Yeah, of course it would be. The 6th twilight gouged the stomach and killed. When the 7th twilight gouged the knee and killed. The 8th twilight gouged the leg and killed. Now even the 8th twilight is over. The next one, the 9th twilight. What was it again? Everyone dies. Maria was there. Fuck, even her clothes are stained with blood. Fucking mess. Is she possessed by Beatrice? She said she isn't. She was facing the far wall, standing stock still, completely alone, facing away from this horrible scene, standing in front of the wall, singing her song over and over. There was nothing else in the room. Just the corpses of the 3 who had been brutally killed, the receivers, still off its hook, showing that it had been in this room that the call had come from. Just that, and Maria had her back to the scene, facing the wall as she kept on singing. You couldn't even scream at this bizarre scene. You could only stare shocked, our mouths hanging loosely open.
Maria!
Jessica called out to her. Maria showed no reaction. Alone, she kept singing on and on. Kanon here tried to save Maria from some approaching danger. So now that we found her, we should have been running up to her, hugging her, joyous that she was safe. And yet, none of us could do that. Everyone thought it, but they couldn't say it. At all, because that's right, it's crazy, and yet, no, but it couldn't be.
Maria! 歌うのをやめろ! 聞いてるのか?
At some point, Natsuhi and I pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice. There was no reaction. She just kept singing. With the candlestick still ready, I ran up to her and violently slammed my hand down on her shoulder. And I pulled her shoulder, forcing her to turn around. Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell. And, as though unhappy about her singing being interrupted, she looked at my face with her usual expression. Even this gruesome situation, she was just like normal.
Maria! これはどういうことなんだ? 誰がやった?
おお、ベアトリーチェ。
いい加減にしろ!
I threw the candlestick I had been holding against the wall. Violence for that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart. But her expression didn't change at all.
よすんだバトラ君、マリアちゃん。今度こそ君は3人を殺す犯人の顔を見たはずだよ。犯人は君に手紙を渡したというベアトリーチェなのかい？
おお、ベアトリーチェ。
ああ、ならこれで確定したぜ。19人目はいるんだよ。ベアトリーチェは実在するんだ。じゃあマリア、これくらいは教えてくれるよな、やつは。 この3人をどうやって殺したんだ？何をどうやったらあんなむごい殺し方ができるんだ？
知らない。
知らねえってことはねえだろ。この部屋での出来事だぞ。歌を歌うのに夢中で気づかなかったとか言い出すんじゃねえだろうな。
落ち着いてバトラ君。マリアちゃん、僕とお話ししようね。
Georgianiki, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that her eyes met and talked to her very kindly.
マリアちゃんはどうして壁を向いてお歌を歌っていたのかな？
ベアトリーチェがここでね、壁を向いてお歌をずっと歌っていなさいって言ったの。
じゃあベアトリーチェがここへやってきたんだね。その時にはまだ源氏さんたちは生きていたんだよね。
みんなで客間に来て座ってた。源氏さんはちゃんと鍵をかけてたよ。
確かに鍵はかかってたが、じゃあどうやってベアトリーチェは客間に入ってきたってんだよ。
でもベアトリーチェは魔女だから鍵なんか関係ない。
They already had the master key before. Don't you understand? They famously discussed that the culprit had a master key.
蝶々になって扉の隙間から通り抜けてきたんだよ。
はあ？冗談も休み休み言いやがる。そんなわけねえだろ。お前は何を言ってやがるんだ。
Come on, calm down.
信じられないよね。だから言いたくなかった。どうせ言っても信じないもん。でもベアトリーチェは魔女なの。不思議な魔法で何でもできるの。だからベアトリーチェは鍵のかかった扉なんか全然関係ないんだよ。
それで現れたベアトリーチェは、そしてみんなはどうしたの？
ベアトリーチェは言ったよ。おじい様の書斎は強力な力に守られていてどうしても入れない。だからあと3人の生贄はこの客間の4人の中から選ぶって。みんな嫌だって言ったよ。熊沢さんは嫌だ嫌だってすごい言ってた。でもベアトリーチェは選ぶよ。そしたらね、ベアトリーチェはマリアはいいよって言ってくれたの。どうしてだと思う？バトラがマリアの安全を祈って念を込めてくれたあの火星の5の魔法陣のサソリのお守りがあったからだよ。だからその力でベアトリーチェはマリアにだけは何もできなかった。
But why didn't you put it on the You should have put it on the thing.
だから生贄はマリアじゃない3人に決まったの。そしたらね、ベアトリーチェはね、言ったの。
さあさあ、壁に向かってお歌を歌って聞かせなさい。あなたはたくさんたくさんお歌を歌うから、何が起こっても何が聞こえても聞こえない聞こえないわからない。
Yep, completely different voice actress.
さあさあ、楽しいお歌をわらわにたくさん聞かせておくれ。
だからマリアはずっとお歌を歌ってた。ずっと歌ってたんだよ。だから何も聞こえない、わからない。そしたらバトラたちがやってきたんだよ。
それを信じろってのか？バカにするんじゃねえぜ。
じゃあ今度は誰を疑う？マリアを疑う？マリアをこの場で殺してみる？そんなことしてもベアトリーチェはいなくならない。これで第8の番は終わったよ。ベアトリーチェは蘇る。
ふざけんな。もうそんな話は金輪際ごめんだぜ。魔女なんているもんか。煙に巻かれてたまるか。俺は認めねえぞ。ベアトリーチェなんていいね。絶対に俺が認めねえ。だから存在なんかさせねえ。蘇りもさせねえ。伝説は永遠に伝説のままだ。この俺がそんなことを認めねえ。
よせよバトラ。マリアが殺したわけでも見殺しにしたわけでもない。ベアトリーチェが来てマリアは抵抗できず従わざるを得なかっただけだぜ。
あれ、夏日おばさん？おばさんがいない。
Shit.
あれ、
母さんどこ行った
ったの？さっき手紙を読みながら一人で出て行ったよ。
Fucking hell. Oh no. Letter? That makes sense. The culprit was done with the 8th twilight, and it's all gone swimmingly for them. Might as well have left a letter, so they could brag even more. We had so wrapped up in questioning Maria that we forgot to look for one. But even as well armed as she was, why did she left her room all by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it? Jessica tried to chase after her and tugged at the handle of the door, but resisted strangely and wouldn't open.
母さん、お母さん、何これ、開けて、開けて。
Shit, it was only natural. Natsuhi had picked up the candlestick which Battler had thrown at the wall and which had fallen on the floor. She had then skillfully wedged it between the doorknob of the double doors like a bolt, holding them closed. The intricate design of the candlestick meant it jammed well, formed a truly sturdy seal on the door. The tragic scream of a daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsuhi's ears or not? Shit. Oh, this music. That angle. Oh my god, this music. Shit. Oh my god. Natsuhi was alone in the entrance hall. This is the place where the portrait of Beatrice had been hung. Natsuhi threw the final letter from Beatrice that she had read in the parlor. Reddy heard a rifle again, and a voice that rang clear yelled at the massive space that was in the entrance hall.
Ushiromiya家代表、Ushiromiya Natsuhi です。姿を見せなさい、黄金の魔女、ベアトリーチェ。
The entrance hall was dimly lit. Other than a faint light which shone in the center of the room, everything was blotted out by jet black darkness. Oh shit. In that darkness, butterflies glittering in gold squirmed, twinkled, and sneered. Natsuhi gave one more huge gulp and pointed the cold barrel of a gun at the golden butterflies.
ようやく姿を現しましたね。あなたのような存在が本当に存在したのって私は未だ信じることができない。
Oh shit.
でもそれは問題ではありません。後宮家の代表であると自負する私と後宮家の当主を引き継いだと自称するあなたが今この場にいるあなたが本当に魔女なのかどうかは今となっては些細な問題です。さあ決着をつけましょう。後宮家を真に引き継ぐ者はどちらか。
The music.
この後宮夏日かあなたベアトリーチェか。あなたの決闘の申し出謹んでお引き受けさせていただきます。
So that's what it was in the letter. Challenge to a duel. Nazi. Oh no. Shit. The gold butterfly slowly formed a human shape, which walked into the dim light. Natsuhi readied her rifle and glared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead and laughed. Natsuhi's finger slowly squeezed the trigger. Shit, so the witch does exist. Shit. Battler made an all-out dash in the door and rammed into it, crushing the candlestick which had been barring it and making it possible for a big gap to be opened in the door. He kept kicking the candlestick through the gap and the door was finally released. Fuck. At that time, they heard it. They clearly heard it. No, just once. Just once. Crisp sound of gunfire.
ジェシカちゃん、一人で先走っちゃいけない。今のは銃声だぜ。夏代おばさんが撃ったんだ。
At who? At the culprit. The noise had come from the entrance hall. The entrance hall looked like a stage, like the hearing in front of a tragedy, lying down and bathed in light. Arrayed in beauty of that silence was Aunt Natsuhi was face up, crumpled on the floor. She's dead. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to Aunt Natsuhi. On her forehead, it's almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon's blood ruby had been placed there. And from a single stream of blood makeup passed by her eye and began to traverse her face. The faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle Aunt Natsuhi still grasped. Huh? Then she shot herself in the forehead? Why?
わけがわからない。どうしておばさんは一人で抜け出して、どうして自分の額を撃ち抜いてるんだよ。
マリアちゃん、夏日おばさんは手紙を読んでから部屋を出たんだよね。手紙がない。おばさんは何を読んで、どうしてここに誘い出されたんだ。
知らねえぜ、知らねえぜ。そんなことはどうでもいいぜ。なんなんだよ。どうして自殺なんだよ。私を置いてくんだよ。
Jessica clung to her mother's corpse, crying earnestly. My body consumed by anger I didn't know what to do with. I stole the rifle from Aunt Natsuhi's hand. No, don't point it at Maria. And spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness on all sides, as though I was pointing a light into the lighthouse, trying to find the culprit. Jojniki, even in this situation, was trying to calmly figure something out. That effort might have been doomed into futility. Maria alone was completely indifferent. Is she treating this as some kind of predetermined fate? No, that's not it. It's all a prelude to a wonderful world. The door to the Golden Land will finally open.
第9の晩に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。そして第10の晩に旅は終わり。
Oh my god, the
黄
music.
金の里へ至るだろう。これで全部終わったね、ベアトリーチェ。
Shit.
おめでとう、おめでとう。
Congratulations. Fuck, you eluded even me.
だからマリアを導いて。あなたの話してくれた黄金鏡へ。今こそ。
There, all the dead will be resurrected. And even the loaf they once possessed will be revived. So in Maria's eyes, it's just as though all today's tragedies never even happened. And all those days she spent deprived of love never happened either.
いい加減にしやがれ。
Man.
何が楽しい、何がおめでたい。この島には18人いた。
You need to congratulate the culprit because he wasn't found and you lost the game. You lost the game once you let Maria go alone. Congratulations, battler. You lost.
14人死んだ。残りは俺たち4人だ。俺は絶対に死なねえぞ。夜が明けるまで、いや台風が過ぎ去ってまた船着き場に海猫たちが帰ってくるまで俺は絶対に死なねえんだよ。生き残ってやる、生き残ってやる、絶対。
What do you have left, battler? You don't have a father, you don't have a mother.
よしなよバトラー。ベアトリーチェに銃なんて意味ないよ。それに生き残るも何ももうおしまいなんだよ。もう旅は終わったんだよ。ほら時計を見てごらん。
Huh? The clock? Hearing those words, I looked at my wristwatch. Both hands were almost touching near the top. Very soon it would be 12 a.m. In other words, 0 p.m. I think about it, isn't 24 a strange time? 24, but can be called 0, 0, 0, 0. It's the hour of the combination of the previous day, and at the same time, it's the hour 0 of the next day begins. Maria suddenly called out happily and ran towards the darkness. It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in that darkness and Maria was running up to her. As I looked down the barrel of the rifle, Jessica hugged her mother's corpse. As George and Iki stood there shocked, we gazed into that darkness. Our eyes fixed just in front of Beatrice's portrait. And there, Maria leapt into a hug of the portrait's subject. You've got to be kidding me. This is ridiculous. Impossible. This madness can't possibly be. Witches don't exist. I won't accept it. Things you must not exist because this is a human world. You think I could accept something that's not human? Never. I will never. Pulled hard on the rifle's lever. The cartridge that was ejected fell on the floor, and a new cartridge was loaded. Then I sighted the witch down the barrel. Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around.
だから意味なんてないってば。ベアトリーチェに鉛玉なんて意味ないってば。バカだね、人間は。
俺は魔女なんて認めねえぞ。貴様は誰だ。一歩でも動いてみろ。指一本でも動かしてみろ。こいつをぶち込んでやる。
She really does exist. Holy shit. Or at least person with that voice. Shit. That laughter of the witch, no, the witches, was joined by the laughter of even a large clock in the hall. Was probably telling us that the time was midnight. Was both a tone telling us that we had reached the culmination of this day, and a tone informing us that all had returned to nothing. The rules had specified that which would win when time ran out.
バトラー、ジョージお兄ちゃんにジェシカお姉ちゃん、旅は終わって魔女は蘇ったよ。
So this is the witch that delivered you the umbrella, huh? And none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the golden land's gold. One resurrects all the dead people's souls. One even revives all the love they possessed. And one for the witch to eternally rest. Rest in peace, my beloved witch, Beatrice. Beatrice. Fuck me, dude. Oh man. Come fucking on. Shit. GG. Oh, fuck. Everyone died in the first fucking episode. Come on. Umineko no Nakokoro ni round over the witch and reasoning. Notebook pages and a wine bottle. Bring the fate. Oh, this music. Shit, did everyone die? The storm passed and the leading clouds that have enshrouded the island so long began to clear away. Sunbeams shone from the rifts of the clouds. Yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished, the seagulls returned to the harbor once again and left a lively cries be heard. Afterwards, the police arrived and conducted an investigation of the scene. The corpses of the children, who had believed to have survived until the very end, were never found. However, from the body parts that were discovered and the unmeasurable gruesome nature of the scene, police were forced to conclude that the chances of survival for any of the 18, including their children, were hopelessly dim. Just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch, and how beautiful was the Golden Land, those tales are for them alone to tell amongst themselves. They have no tale for those who arrived after the banquet had ascended, only can Only can imagine what transpired during the course of those 2 days. However, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which had no need to be told of, and permitted it to spread. A few years later, a strange wine bottle, different on the waves of the quayside of a neighboring island, was recovered by a fisherman. Stuffed inside were tightly rolled notebook pages, crammed with the edges of mythical writing there, be the mysterious riddle beginning at night. October. This will be later referred to as Rokkenjima murders, or the legend of the witch murder cases. Lovers of the occult claim it was a sorry result of. However, not one of these interpretations arrived at the truth of the facts. While the notebook's pages tell mysterious, they do not tell the truth behind it. Perhaps nothing even the writer of the notebook knew the truth. According to the writer's image, her name was Ushiromiya Maria. Furthermore, a result of an all-out police search, part of Maria's body was discovered, a jaw. There were many parts of that could not be linked. Oh shit, did Battler shoot Maria? Let's conclude that this tale was the final paragraph from notebook pages that Ushiromiya Maria left behind. By the time you read this, it will probably be dead. Although there are many or may not be a corpse. You who have read this, please uncover the truth. This is my only wish. Ushiromiya Maria. This very day, the truth of the witch legend serial murder case has not been brought to light. First game, Legend of the Golden Witch results. Cross died on the first twilight. Rudolph, Rosa, Kyrie, Shannon, Goda died on the first twilight. Eva and Hideyoshi, second twilight. Forehead priest by stake of Asmodeus, stake of Beelzebub, stake of Mammon, stake of Satan, stake of Lucifer, stake of Belphegor, stake of Leviathan. The witch Beatrice revived. Natsuhi died on the 9th twilight. George missing on 10th. Jessica missing. Accepted the witch, prostrated herself. Missing on 10th twilight. Accepted the witch, prostrated. Missing on the 10th twilight. He denies the existence of the witch. Will she invite him to the Golden Land? The witch shall praise the wise against the 4 treasures of the Golden Land. Because of what they desire, they can begin from out of gold, no matter how much. For George, his lost fiancée, lost mother, and the lost... Ah shit, all 18 died, and when the SEAGULLS cried, no left alive. So... George, his fiancée, not... Jessica was her mother, or was Kanon? And Maria was the love of her mother. Fucking shit. This was so long. Oh my god, I got so invested. Oh my god, look at it. Look at it all. The Golden Witch had prepared a gift in commendation of their sojourn. The new elements may be accessed from the title screen. Oh shit. Is this the... It's gonna be the... What's that? Tea party, picture box, and music box. Oh shit. Oh, this is another part. I'm gonna look this tomorrow. I'm too tired. I've been recording for 5 hours straight. Picture box, what is this? Oh, the things. I don't know where to get the characters. I don't know where to get the characters, but I will rate them another time. I'm too tired. Man, I don't know. Let me see. I will rate them another time. And I'll gather my thoughts on the first episode later on. I have so many theories right now. Man, this was amazing. And this recording was so big. 5 hours straight. Oh my god. I really got invested. I'm sorry. Oh shit, the opening again. I'm gonna stop here.